never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, their first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not yet been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protesters on the streets outside of the US Capitol. In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu, though, struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, there have been mixed reactions in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to the US Congress. Family members of hostages still being held in Gaza are furious with the Premier for failing to announce a deal to free them. FSN's Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is being slammed here in Israel for delaying the departure of an Israeli negotiating team to meet with these key mediators to try and finalise a deal after the Israeli military announced the death of 5 Israeli captives found during an operation in Khan Yunis over the past couple of days. Now, the family members of these hostages say that time is running out, fearing that their loved ones will be killed in Gaza if a deal is not reached now. Sarah Coates, Tel Aviv.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. It comes as the acting director of the US Secret Service prepares to testify before 3 Senate committees next week. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. The appearance for Ronald Rowe Jr. followed heated exchanges between members of the House and Kimberly Cheatle, who was director of the Secret Service until her resignation the day after she testified on Capitol Hill. Mitch McCann, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. The United Nations Secretary-General has issued an urgent call to action to better protect billions around the world exposed to the crippling effects of extreme heat. Global temperatures have been rising unabated, with Sunday, Monday and Tuesday this week having been the hottest days on record. FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sounding the alarm bells yet again, Antonio Guterres says the crippling heat is everywhere and it's costing lives. He says those most at risk are the urban poor, pregnant women, children and the homeless, who often live in substandard housing without access to cooling. On Thursday, Antonio Guterres launched what he calls the Secretary-General's call to action on extreme heat. Its aim, an urgent and concerted effort to enhance international cooperation to address the extreme temperatures.
I'm not frustrated. I'm determined to turn things around.
The Secretary-General has once again urged world leaders to phase out fossil fuels fast and to stop what he calls the human-induced climate change. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Meta, the parent company of WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram, says that it's deleted over 60,000 accounts on its platform in Nigeria. It says the accounts were linked to sextortion scams, as FSN's Ajek Mungut reports from Nigeria.
Meta says the scam attempts through those accounts were largely unsuccessful. They were targeted at mostly adult men and a few minors, which Meta says has been reported to the U.S. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The social media company says 63,000 accounts were removed from Instagram, 7,200 Facebook accounts, pages and groups that were providing tips on scamming people were also taken down, according to Reuters. Online scammers in Nigeria known as Yahoo Boys have become infamous for using fake accounts to defraud unsuspecting individuals.
That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, according to the clock, it is showtime. As we have crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Believe it or not, here comes Friday. All right, I'll be the first to say TGIF. Problem is, Philly Dan beat me to it. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. You got it. You too. I'm Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Coming to you from our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. A beautiful night outdoors with clear skies, 69 degrees. It's been a pretty nice week. Looking at the bigger picture, the overall map of the lower 48. Not a whole lot really going on. Still some spotty showers in parts of the southeast. We saw some heavy rains in the Carolinas throughout the day. Thursday, still some heavy rains right along the coastal areas of South Carolina. And some spotty showers, lighter rain. North central portions of South Carolina, northeast Georgia. Another little cluster of shower activity in southwest Georgia, southern Mississippi. So overall, the eastern portions of the country, from the northeast through the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, it is high and dry. The heartland of the country, it is a clear night. You've got to get back to the western portions of North Dakota, where you'll find some spotty showers. From there all the way into southern portions of Arizona. But again, it's all spotty activity. Some areas are seeing some pretty decent downpours. Pretty heavy rains in the Tucson area there in southern Arizona tonight. Lighter rain up toward Flagstaff. We saw apparently Wednesday night had the story of an incredibly strong monsoon storm that impacted the Phoenix area. There's actually extensive damage that occurred to a big warehouse there. Still one individual unaccounted for missing, suspected to be buried in the debris, according to the reports this past day. So as they say, the monsoon season is underway. Not a thing happening in California, but eastern portions of Nevada, showers up towards north of Salt Lake City tonight. We had been talking for several days about heavy rains impacting a couple of areas, focusing on the coastal areas of Texas and western Louisiana, as well as the Carolinas. That remains the focal point for Friday and even into Saturday. That zone from the Texas coast to western Louisiana, a general 1 to 4 inches of rain. Some will see 4 to 8 in the heaviest areas. They're talking up to 15-inch rainfall totals before it's all said and done. According to AccuWeather, Brownsville, Texas, has already received close to 5 inches of rain in this pattern through midday Thursday. Lake Charles, Louisiana, has picked up 6.26 inches of rain in that same time frame. Now, we had some heavy rains earlier this summer, including from Hurricane Beryl. Much of this area is not in drought conditions, and that rain is prone to running off quickly, leading to flash flooding. Some of that rain will fall within a couple of hours, overwhelming some of the storm drains. Brownsville, Corpus Christi, Victoria, Texas, Houston, and Port Arthur, as well as Lake Charles and Alexandria, Louisiana. Enough rain will fall next week to bring surges of water to area rivers just inland of the coast. Now, those rivers are going to rise faster than usual, as some of the landscape was still very moist in the wake of Beryl earlier in the month. That new rain's going to run off quickly, entering area streams, bayous, and rivers, rather than being absorbed into the ground. At least a few downpours will reach a bit further inland over Texas to a portion of the Interstate 35 corridor. That would be more beneficial than problem-making, so it's good news for some agricultural interest, watershed management of drought-stricken central Texas, as the pattern will be conducted for daily rounds of showers and thunderstorms that may provide some temporary relief, at least from the heat, and help prevent areas of drought from getting any worse. Some of the metro areas, San Antonio, Austin, Texas, as well as Laredo, should receive at least some downpours in this pattern. Further to the north and east, a somewhat more focused corridor of downpours will extend across northern portions of Alabama, Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, and southern Tennessee. There will be a more enhanced zone over the Carolinas here, continuing through our Friday. Much of the central and eastern portions of the Carolinas were forecast to receive 1 to 4 inches of rain, with some locally higher amounts into Friday. Now, outside those main 2 downpour zones, there will be a mosaic of showers and thunderstorm activity right on into the weekend. Any downpours in the southeast obviously will disrupt some of your outdoor plans and a risk of localized flash flooding. Thunderstorms typically pulsing in the afternoon heat. Highly localized damaging wind gusts could also occur. Now, after we look ahead, Atlanta, Houston, Charlotte, we could see a new surge of airline delays or cancellations. As believe it or not, some of those airlines are still recovering from, well, technically it was 1 week ago this morning. Several hours later, as we were about midway through the program, starting getting some of those first reports of issues all around the world, which turned into a very chaotic weekend and even much of the first half of the week. We've got an update on that, the CrowdStrike update. They actually issued a full report of what they say transpired last week and what they're doing to address that, to make sure it doesn't happen again. We'll bring that your way here shortly. Meanwhile, what do we have? We did mention Philly Dan on the line. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, TGIF. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. You better stay Bill your lane or the overnight driver will run you over. 68 degrees, Harrison, Ohio tonight. We were told Cackles was never actually the border czar. Was that just a figment of our imagination? Dial Steve up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Give us nocturnal listeners your thoughts. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Meanwhile, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume. We'll get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Marianne, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Gilligan, right out of the box. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight, Christiansburg. It's a pleasant 70 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, 75 degrees, a bit muggy here in north central Kansas. Hello to Stacy. Have a safe, relaxing weekend. Good afternoon, hammer down, be safe. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Hello, Larry. Then back to the house to finish packing up. We've got another weekend of barbecue competition in New Freedom, Pennsylvania. It's the Smoke on the Rail Barbecue Festival. We'll be back with you come Monday night. All right, good luck this weekend there, Larry. Good times. Shorty, I-77 northbound at the Virginia-West Virginia line. We're at 67 degrees at this hour, Columbus bound. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Steve Summers. Cutting the grass in the early morning hours. Kentucky Ken is on board. Everybody travel safely. All right, Zorro. Boy, does 2 weeks of vacation blow by. It's back to work Sunday. Okay, hope you enjoyed a few days off there, though, right? Good morning, Crip Shot. Strolling around, getting ready to listen to the best show on the radio and the best host. Got my popcorn ready. Good to have you with us, Crip Shot. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 74 degrees in Luverne, Oklahoma. Steve, I finally get to say round number 2 to Des Moines. Got my powerful, overly powerful, chrome-plated cow truck pointed north under a starlit sky at a high rate of speed. Life is good. A special one night only shout out to the Eskimo Mom from the Oklahoma Panhandle tonight. There you go. All right. Hello, Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. The overnight cruise 69 here in my little part of the great big world in Kentucky. Everybody take care. Be safe to your destinations or your home 20. Then have a great weekend. All be blessed. Thank you, Steve, and the callers for helping me make it through the night. Be safe. And you also, John Henry, down 72. Who else? There's Ken Mack, who says, good morning, Steve. The illegal chicken? That's quite a handle. Good morning, America. Illegal chicken here. God bless y'all. Pushing the freight up and down the USA highways. We'll get to some of our other listening friends as we roll into a Friday here coming up. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, good morning to Debbie, checking in from Indiana. She says it's a nice 62 degrees here in Indiana. Looks like we're going to about 82 today. It's been a long week. Back to work. But it's great seeing all the kids coming in this past day. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Everyone, have a fantastic Friday and wonderful weekend. Yeah, so it's back to school. Wow. Summer's flying by, huh? A couple of others. Hello to Timothy. Good morning from a cool night in Rocky Mount, Virginia. There's Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Beautiful night to sleep with the windows open. Steve Thompson, great to hear you tonight, Steve, and all the truckers out there on the road. Is it really that day? It's already one day closer to the greatest day. Hello, Captain Ron.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Thanks so much for the reminder.
Why does it always seem that Fridays, if anything go wrong, it's usually on a Friday for me? So far, I've gone around 2 construction detours. Well, not detours, just to get better time.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked up my trailer. It had a flat, so I had to take it back to the yard to get replaced. It just always seems like our favorite work day it seems to be my worst work day. So we've got 3 branches of the government, right? What is it? Senate, Representative, and the Department of Justice? Is that the 3 branches?
Executive, judicial, right? That's.
So who controls the secret service?
Well, they fall they fall under the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, okay. And that's the same organization that couldn't find out how a baggie of drugs got into the White House, or
yes,
a believable story of where it came from.
Yes.
That's the ones we're talking about.
That would be affirmative.
Yeah, and then they let a shooter walk around just outside within range of, taking a shot at somebody. It's just unbelievable to me. So the guy that checked in is just coming off of vacation. The cure for that is just not go on vacation.
I don't think he'd like that advice.
Right? Well, that's what I'm saying. And that, what was it? Illegal chicken?
Yes.
Checked in?
Yes.
I bet I know what kind of shoes he wears.
What's that? Crocs?
I'll show my way out. Have a good weekend.
All right, Captain Ron, thank you for checking in. Thanks for reminding us. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, what do we have here? Disaster emergencies have been extended for nearly 30 Iowa counties as flooding continues to affect portions of that state. This extension replaces the 3 disaster proclamation issued on June 22nd to the 24th and remains in effect now through August 17. They say these conditions threaten the public peace, health, and safety of citizens and have damaged and destroyed public and private property. Under the disaster emergency, state regulations restricting the movement of loads related to the emergency on Iowa highways, excluding the interstate system, remain temporarily waived. Vehicles providing disaster relief are allowed to weigh up to 90,000 pounds without needing a permit. Hours of service requirements are also suspended by extension of this disaster emergency. According to the Iowa DOT website, Clay County has granted the following relief to vehicle registrants and applicants due to operational issues at the Treasurer's office. Waivers of the expiration dates for vehicle registration, registration cards, and plates. Waiver of the 30-day time frame for a transferee of a new motor vehicle to apply for new registration and a certificate of title, and a waiver of the 45-day time frame to operate a vehicle with a temporary tag. FEMA opened a disaster recovery center on Wednesday of this week at Sheldon City Hall in O'Brien County there. Now, they say the center is open to all those affected by the severe storms, tornadoes, and flooding. Specialists from FEMA as well as the U.S. Small Business Administration are providing information on assistance programs and the application process. Additional disaster recovery centers have been established in Cherokee County, Clay, Emmett, Lyon, and Sioux counties. And just as things seem to be, kind of maybe getting back to normal in some of those areas, we're anticipating a change in the weather pattern, which is going to be reminiscent to what we saw that initiated all this flooding several weeks ago in those regions of the country. Through the upcoming week, next week, we could see additional rounds of torrential rains, strong winds. They're using that term, derecho, once again, that could come into play. So more on the traveler's weather coming up here. Meanwhile, as always, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. A question, I mean, you're out there driving the highways, especially for those that have been out there a number of years. Are you seeing more road rage? I mean, there was a time when, I guess is it road rage if you give someone the number one, your middle finger, the double barrel middle finger, or you've got the folks that'll lay on the horn. That used to be pretty much the extent of road rage. In an extreme measure, someone might try to run you off the road. In this day and age, it seems like nary a day goes by when I'm not sharing a report of some road rage incident involving shots being fired, people dying out there on the interstates, literally death and destruction from road rage. What is it with angry drivers out there? Coming up, we've got the update out of Whitestown, Indiana, where police have arrested 2 Indy residents for a road rage shooting earlier this month on Interstate 65. Like I said, it seems like day after day. Road rage. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, their first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not yet been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protesters on the streets outside of the US Capitol. In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu, though, struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli prime minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, there have been mixed reactions in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to the US Congress. Family members of hostages still being held in Gaza are furious with the Premier for failing to announce a deal to free them. FSN's Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is being slammed here in Israel for delaying the departure of an Israeli negotiating team to meet with these key mediators to try and finalize a deal after the Israeli military announced the death of 5 Israeli captives found during an operation in Khan Yunis over the past couple of days. Now, the family members of these hostages say that time is running out, fearing that their loved ones will be killed in Gaza if a deal is not reached now. Sarah Coates, Tel Aviv.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. It comes as the acting director of the US Secret Service prepares to testify before 3 Senate committees next week. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. The appearance for Ronald Rowe Jr. followed heated exchanges between members of the House and Kimberly Cheatle, who was director of the Secret Service until her resignation the day after she testified on Capitol Hill. Mitch McCann, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Welcome a Friday. Here comes the weekend. Yeah, back to Whitestown, Indiana. Police arresting 2 Indy residents for a road rage shooting earlier this month on I-65 that critically injured a semi-truck driver and heavily impacted central Indiana traffic. 44-year-old James Brown and 44-year-old Kendra Johnson Brown, both of Indianapolis, arrested this past day after being charged with criminal recklessness, aggravated battery, and more. They've both since been booked into the Boone County Jail. This stemming from a road rage shooting and crash investigation that put a truck driver in the hospital, impacting thousands of Hoosiers' daily commutes. Police crews were called about 4:30 in the afternoon, July 3rd, to a semi that had run off the side of the Interstate 65 northbound. Boone County Sheriff's deputy arrived first and was told by witnesses the driver of the semi had been shot. The deputy immediately started giving the man first aid until EMS crews arrived. The driver was later taken to an Indianapolis trauma center, where he remains in stable but critical condition. Bystanders in the area told police the semi-driver had been the victim of road rage. They described seeing a black sedan passenger car brake checking multiple large trucks on I-65. Causing traffic disruptions. Witnesses told police that the car was being driven by a female with the male in the passenger seat. Then describing shots ringing out from the suspect vehicle hitting the semi-driver, causing the subsequent crash. At the time, Whitestown police said detectives were tirelessly combing through video footage and witness testimony to determine suspects, which now, finally, these 2 arrests have been made. After what Whitestown police called a long, in-depth investigation consisting of witness interviews, search warrants, department collaborations, detectives were able to piece together what happened. Police have identified James Brown as the person who pulled the trigger in that shooting, striking both the semi and the driver. They determined Kendra was the driver of the suspect car. All right, they listed the charges they will be facing, numerous felonies, obviously. But road rage around the country, I pulled up some of the latest statistics, and they're astounding. The numbers for last year, in 2023, 92% of drivers say they witnessed an act of road rage. A total of 12,610 injuries, 218 murders attributed to road rage over a 7-year period in this country. In 2022, someone was shot and killed in a road rage incident every 16 hours. These are just some of the key numbers from a major survey. 66% of traffic fatalities are caused by aggressive driving, they say. Road rage has been responsible for about 300 deaths in the past 10 years. About 30 murders annually linked to road rage. 50% of drivers respond to the careless acts of other drivers with aggressive behavior themselves. 94% of traffic accidents are caused by driver error. But here's the key. We've seen a 500% increase in reported cases of road rage in just the last 10 years. Everyone who we've all had a frustrating moment out there, right? Whether it's due to traffic, poor decisions of another driver, that flash of anger can easily ruin your day. But for some, the anger lasts much longer than an instant and can lead to some disastrous consequences. In May of last year, the Zebra looked into the driving behaviors of nearly 2,400 Americans, identifying several insights around road rage and aggressive driving. Drivers reported the most frequently witnessed act of aggressive driving was changing lanes without signaling, 60% of drivers. 31% of drivers witnessed other drivers signaling rude hand gestures to other drivers in an act of road rage. Most drivers, 52%, reported that the most frustrating thing another driver can do is cut them off. 49% of drivers say they use either music or a podcast to try to calm down after getting angry while driving. But they go through the statistics year after year backwards, and you see ultimately how the numbers have just jumped exponentially in recent years. Crazy times out there on the roadways. CNI Dog, I do believe, wants to chime in on that. Morning, how are you?
Great. Let's go back a couple of years, maybe 2 or 3. You and I had this conversation, and you read out the statistics back then. It was around Mardi Gras. What I've noticed, I've been driving for a long time, and it kind of started in 08, personally. You get these truck drivers, or sometimes car drivers, but these truck drivers, you go to pass them, and then he would speed up on you, causing the snail race, as we all know it now.
Yep.
I think that was one of the key problems. But I'm not trying to knock the camera, but the camera you get your forward-facing radar systems that you have to change lanes way ahead of time. And in doing that, you're out in the left lane too long. You're in that guy's mirror way too long. So by the time you catch up to me, I'm not going to let you pass because you've already irritated me. I think when you design something to make things safer, you also have to look at the counterbalance of what happens. And I know I've talked about this to no end, but it is a real problem. And you got to pass legislation saying, slow down, let them get around. If you see a guy in the left lane and then you see a guy in the right lane side by side, and you see a whole bunch of traffic behind the guy in the left lane, there's a problem there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason why a guy wants to go out in the left lane just to upset people. He doesn't want to do that. He just wants to pass. I think, through education and, law enforcement, we could resolve this problem, And another thing is, like, some of these people who go to school to take a week to learn about trucks and trains and how to be safe around them, and to understand that, you brake check a truck, you really can't stop that well,
Mm-hmm.
And you still could see the road rage today, and some areas are worse than others, but I'm just hoping legislators can just start looking into this deeply. And another thing I recommend is like roads like 294. You got 4 lanes. I wish they would push the trucks like they do in Omaha towards the left. If you're going through town, stay to the left to let people on and off the ramp safely, give them plenty of room and stuff like that. And I think if you put them out towards the left, it's going to slow traffic down overall, because they think it's like the Indy 500 on 294. And I talked to my buddies in Texas, and they said it's down like that in Texas and in Louisiana. They're seeing it everywhere. It's just getting out of control.
And what you described there, though, when you're talking about the turtle races, the snail races, the primary culprit of that is some trucks with governors, some governed at 65 and another governed at 67. If they come out with this mandate of speed limiters, I predict, if you think road rage is off the rails now, just mandate all trucks have a speed limiter.
Well, I think that'll make a even more complicated problem if you slowed all the trucks down to 60, because everything is designed for, like LTL, is designed to make meet points and terminals. You slow trucks down, you're gonna shorten things up, and you already got laden infrastructure. The distances of based upon the availability to make it to where you're going in inclement weather, or even on a good day, or having to go through a couple of backups. But changing the speed limit is not a good idea. I think law enforcement has to crack down on these four-wheelers that go extremely too fast, and even trucks, and then just let's all just kind of work together, to get where we need to go in a safe manner. Something else I want to share with you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been off Mountain Dew for more than a month. It took a while for my energy level to come back up. I feel great, to be honest with you. And like I told you before, I did lose some weight because of, not having all that sugar. So it is possible. Some people listen to my story and they're trying it out for themselves. It's tough at first, but it's totally worth it. Thank you, Steve. I love your show.
I suspect if you were drinking numerous Mountain Dews on any given day, which a lot of folks do, some people do the coffee, some do the Mountain Dew, caffeinated drinks, energy drinks. Interesting you brought that up, because I had a story from the land down under, Sylvester's neck of the woods, about how much caffeine is too much caffeine. Apparently, there are energy drinks out there on the shelves, some of them making it on the shelves that technically they're not legal, are being pulled from store shelves in Australia. Energy drinks with as much caffeine as 9 cans of Coca-Cola being removed from. So one energy drink equals 9 cans of Coke. That's incredible. They're being seized in South Australia. Retailers, it's revealed that they contained as much caffeine as I mentioned, 9 cans of Coca-Cola or 3 shots of coffee. nearly doubling the legal caffeine limit that they have placed on these sort of drinks. There are all numerous different brands they list here. The acting chief public health officer said they're working with retailers to educate them on the regulations. They said oftentimes these drinks are imported from overseas and the retailers don't realize they don't comply with the regulations. Working with retailers to educate them on the regulations and stop these drinks from making their way onto the shelves. Yeah, the impacts. Large amounts of caffeine cause insomnia, anxiety, depression, cardiovascular issues, heartburn, ulcers, seizures, and in rare cases, death. How much caffeine is too much? Get back to your calls right after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Well, happy Friday. Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I thought I'd call in a coast-to-coast report. Come on. Yeah, I got the Jolly Green got abducted by a couple of aliens. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Captain Ron and Gilligan beamed me up to Jupiter 2, and they realized that there was no realized that Jolly Green was not intelligent, so they instead of beam me back down. So there you go. I wanted to call about. I wanted to make a remark about what you were talking about on the caffeine and being more of a serious note. When Jolly Green was driving in caveman days, I used to pop no-dos back then. Okay? And let me tell you, I learned an important lesson back then. Okay? Now, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. I learned that too much caffeine was not good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I'm going to tell you how bad it got for me. I was running team back then. I was somewhere out west, and I started hallucinating. I actually, and all you guys, this is a true story, I was actually seeing pink cows walking across the highway with white polka dots.
Okay.
So I'm sure that a lot of us have seen the movie Black Dog with Patrick Swayze. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is a true story. I made a decision that the best thing for me to do was to pull over and go to sleep, and that's what I did. My conclusion is that if you're tired, you're tired. Pull over and go to sleep. Plain and simple. It's not worth it. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's what I learned back there from the very beginning when I first started driving. Now today is a little bit different. I'm on a set run, same run every night, and I've been running these kind of runs probably for the last 26 years. So it's a lot easier to control what you do, what you don't do. I only need 1 cup of coffee to keep me alert all night long, and it works out pretty good for me, especially with a little hazelnut and some cream in my coffee. I do not like bitter coffee. But for the younger drivers out there that will listen right now, my advice to you younger drivers out there, that instead of falling asleep and ending up in a bad accident or end up killing somebody or killing yourself, pull over and go to sleep. It's just caffeine, in my opinion, only works to a certain point, but
Sure.
you can overdose on it, and it can hurt you in the long run. And like I said, it was so bad I was jittery. I mean, I was shaking from head to foot, and I was hallucinating, seeing things. No, thank God I wasn't seeing aliens like Gilligan and Captain Ron, thank
Right.
God. But it was bad enough back then, brother.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing to learn driving truck is staying awake. You have to learn to stay awake. If you can't learn to stay awake and stay alert, you shouldn't be driving truck. Plain and simple. It is an extremely difficult thing to learn to do, is to stay awake, stay alert. Well, that's what my experience taught me back in caveman days. I hope that helps some of the younger drivers out there. And I just wanted to agree that too much caffeine is not necessarily a good thing.
Absolutely.
But back then also, Steve, they were using toothpicks with drugs on the toothpicks. They were using white crosses. And I'm not really sure what all that stuff was. You know, I mean, uppers. I never did any of that stuff. I just took no-dose or I drink coffee. Never drank Mountain Dew or anything like that, or Coca-Cola. But it mainly was just no-dose. And I'll be honest with you, I will never do no-dose ever again.
Right.
So that's exactly how I feel about this subject. But either way, I just want to say it's been a good week of radio. And I guess we'll just listen the rest of the night, and we'll talk to you next week there, Steve.
Thank you very much, Jolly Green. Appreciate it. I can vouch for the whole caffeine thing. How old am I now? I'm going back when I was still doing morning radio there in Northwest Georgia. I was a coffee drinker at the time, and I'd get to work 5 a.m., I'd polish off an entire pot of coffee myself, have another one brewed, ready to go when some of the salespeople would start arriving several hours later. And then, after time, caffeine actually it kind of builds up in your bloodstream. And you need more of it and more of it to get the same effects. And if you don't get the caffeine, your body gets so used to it, you have a rebound effect. If you try to cut your caffeine back, you'll start getting headaches. And when I quit drinking the coffee, and I was taking Excedrin, because Excedrin was aspirin, and it has caffeine in it as well, and I think it's a combo of aspirin, acetaminophen, and caffeine. I was subsidizing my caffeine, and I was having to take more and more Excedrin because the headaches were so bad trying to get off the caffeine. Plus, then you end up with the whole heart palpitations thing. Yeah, once I quit the coffee, and then I'd try to substitute, like I said, with it was either the Excedrin or started drinking some of the energy drinks. When we're going back when some of the first energy drinks started showing up on the shelves, the Rock Stars and things of that nature. I played 7 kinds of you-know-what trying to get off the caffeine. All right, what do we got? News break coming up here. We'll get back to your calls on a Friday morning. What's on your mind? Carolina Monkey Gouger is in the house. Senor Heatwave will be checking in. And room for you. Again, at 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we get the new day underway, rolling into the weekend. Any sports memorabilia collectors out there, we have a new world record for an individual sports item sold at auction. More on that coming up. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. Typhoon Gemi has made landfall in southeastern China after causing widespread flooding and landslides across Taiwan and the Philippines and claiming more than 20 lives. The typhoon has prompted warnings of swelling rivers, flash floods and waterlogging in cities and provinces that were hit by torrential rain just several weeks ago. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Typhoon Gemi made landfall in the coastal city of Putian in the southeastern province of Fujian around 12 GMT. According to state media, it's already bringing with it heavy rain and it's moving towards the Jiangxi province. It's been downgraded, but the big problem for authorities at the moment is that while it might be weakening as it moves northward, it is bringing with it heavy rain.
Officials say that wildfires have destroyed up to half of the Canadian town of Jasper as firefighters work to try to save buildings and as residents flee to safety. The United Nations Secretary General has issued an urgent call to action to better protect billions around the world exposed to crippling effects of extreme heat. Global temperatures have been rising, with Sunday, Monday and Tuesday this week having been the hottest days recorded. Jodie Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sounding the alarm bells yet again, Antonio Guterres says the crippling heat is everywhere and it's costing lives. He says those most at risk are the urban poor, pregnant women, children and the homeless, who often live in substandard housing without access to cooling. On Thursday, Antonio Guterres launched what he calls the Secretary-General's call to action on extreme heat. Its aim, an urgent and concerted effort to enhance international cooperation to address the extreme temperatures.
I'm not frustrated. I'm determined to turn things around.
The Secretary General has once again urged world leaders to phase out fossil fuels fast and to stop what he calls the human-induced climate change. Jody Jacobs, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu also held talks with President Joe Biden on Thursday, where they discussed ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal. He is expected to meet former President Donald Trump on Friday, who is vying to return to the White House in November. Sally Patterson has more.
It's time to get a ceasefire deal done. That was Kamala Harris's key message, speaking after her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Vice President spoke of her serious concern about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the devastating images coming out of the war zone. But she called on Americans to recognise the complexity and nuance of history in the region.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. US President Joe Biden on Thursday met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, the first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protests on the streets outside the US Capitol. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reflected on his history with Joe Biden, saying that they'd known each other for 40 years and that Joe Biden had known every Israeli Prime Minister for the last 50 years. However, there were weightier issues to discuss, including that ceasefire deal that was proposed a couple of months ago but has still not come to fruition, and the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. But with Joe Biden now unfettered, freed from the shackles of a re-election campaign, the thinking is that during the next 6 months he will push harder on the Israeli Prime Minister to de-escalate and to achieve a ceasefire. There has been growing tension between the two leaders as the civilian death toll has risen during the 9-month conflict. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
The main news again. Typhoon Gamy has made landfall in southeastern China after causing widespread flooding and landslides across Taiwan and the Philippines. Officials say that wildfires have destroyed up to half of the Canadian town of Jasper. US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Back. Hour number 2. Kicking things off here on a Friday morning. All right, I do believe, we said hello to the country bumpkin. Mark is on board. He said there's leaked body cam video of assets on the roof prior to the Trump shooter. Apparently they were pulled off to look for him. Okay, I'll see if I can find that. Hello to Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Have a great weekend, everybody. Paul says, God bless you, guys and girls out there. Buckeye Boy, what's going on? Arcadia, Louisiana, where it's a very humid 74 degrees. Traffic from Georgia to my pickup and on and off, all the way here was pathetic. I've been in rain and everything from misting windshield, messing up to downpours most of the day. There was one accident in the eastbound lanes of I-20, about 50 miles east of Birmingham. That had traffic backed up for about 10 miles due to a tractor taking out the center cable barrier on that side, along with a few fender benders in the backup. I've given up on trying to rationalize with Democrats who are so confused with hatred for Donald Trump. It's clouding their judgment, even after they're presented with published and video facts of just how bad this administration's been and what the cackler actually stands for, which is, even further left than Bernie. Yeah, I was told I'd been brainwashed. Well, I told him at least I'd been brainwashed. Then I blocked him on Facebook. I don't need that stupidity in my life. Onto the pool, got a hold of the pool liner manufacturer, explained my situation to the guy who had the liner made and sent to the loser who put it in. He said he just spoke to him as I had left a message with the salesman, and he told me the pool guy has a plan to fix it. I tried calling him 3 times, texted twice, no response. I'm getting someone else to fix it. I've already been in contact with them. I'll also be calling the salesman and let him know he has a poor representative installing his product. And I will also give the Pool Guys Company scathing reviews on every platform I have access to. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. What a nightmare. Good luck, Buckeye Boy. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house.
I feel his pain. So we went through that same thing about 4 months ago when we redone that pool. Oh, man, it was a nightmare. So, Buckeye Boy, I feel your pain. We finally had to get somebody different to come out there and do ours. And it was a mess, see. So, yeah, I feel his pain. Steve, did you get to watch any of Donald Trump's speech last night?
I did not.
Well, you ain't going to believe who brought him to the stage was standing there waiting on him. I was watching it. I was going to call back in and tell you about it. I went to sleep. Richard Childress was standing up on the stage there and welcoming him up on the stage.
Really?
Sure did. I said, hot damn, look here, boy. Ain't this something? So, that's even more reason to pull for Richard Childress. He's a Trump man. But, see, going to this road rage day, you remember mine and your Pappy's conversation about a week and a half ago after the show about what I was wearing?
I
for
do.
Protection?
Yes, I do, absolutely.
Now you see the reason why I wear that thing. There was I think it was on your fan page while I was home last week, an incident happened up on I-81 where this driver, and I don't know why the idiot done it, but anyway, he done it, had a face-forward camera. This other driver goes to pass him, and he starts unloading on him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was all caught on camera. I mean, that's what, every day out here, and I know everybody could call the show tonight and talk about different road rage things. We see it every parking lot rage is on the ramp. I try to stay out of people's business. Whatever they're trying to back in or stuff, unless they get out and I see they having a problem, I'll say, hey, you want me to help you? And, 9 times out of 10, you get a good response. Well, I want to call this one driver out tonight. I've been going into this facility for about 21 years. 2 of the people I've known the whole 21 years this place has been in existence. And it's a tight-ass place, and there's a secret to everything on backing in over there. You got a dock right in front of you. You got a couple trailers spotted in the mother dock. It's a bitch to get in and out of. And this old boy drove a Fried Daddy refrigeration out of Oklahoma City, come in there, and I said, oh, this is not going to be good. He's coming in the wrong way already. So there was a gentleman there talking to me. He's one of our biggest competitors, and we were sitting there talking, just waiting for him to get us unloaded, and he said, that guy ain't going to get in there like that. I said, no, but let's just give him some time. So we went on back talking. Well, this idiot went in there and done about it, tried to turn around to back in the hole and got hung up in there. He backed into a light pole, knocked it over about 6 inches. Finally got it twisted a little bit to where he could get out of it. And then he backs over the handrail going up the ramp where the people hang on to, backed over here. I said, I think we need to go over there and talk to him. So we walked over there, and this guy got out this truck, Steve. He looked like Tiny Tim, stood about 6'5", probably ain't had a bath in 6 months. You could smell him like a goat pen. And he gets out the truck, walks up there and says, I don't need y'all helping me. I've got 25 years experience. I said, yeah, it really shows, buddy. You need to go back for retraining. I said, but I'm going to tell you something. If you hit that Blue Peterbilt, me and you're going to have some problems there, buddy. And, well, that guy told you, you hit my truck, you're going to have some problems. So I said, I need to go down here and talk to somebody in the office before this fella tears up anything else. Well, the lady that runs it at night, she runs the switch tractor, swapping trailers and stuff, and she was a damn good driver. She was coming out the office to stop this idiot. He goes down there, backs into a damn trailer, and she said, what in the hell is wrong with this idiot? I said, I don't know. He got 25 years experience, though. I mean, he said, well, it really shows, don't it? So she went down there and said, don't move that truck. Don't touch that there. You've done enough damage already. Stop. Well, he gets out there and goes to jacking his jaw at her, and she said, hey, when you get that thing straightened out, you go out there and park on the street, and if we find time to unload you tonight, we might unload you, but I probably figured it's going to be in the morning. Well, my appointment's so-and-so and so-and-so. I said, well, if you'd have listened to these 2 guys that were trying to help you, you could have got in the door. They in here all the time. They know all the secrets. But no, not you. So get your ass off my parking lot. I mean, this is the reason why drivers don't help other drivers. I see it all the time on the Facebook. Drivers trying to back in, and this one bad apple has ruined it for me ever getting out of the truck and saying anything to anybody else. I mean, the other guy, him was talking about it. Mm-hmm. I said, I'm done trying to help somebody, and they come out there like that. I said, so really, he actually had 3 accidents in 10 minutes. He backed over a light pole, backed over a guardrail, and then he backed into a damn trailer. So that's 3 chargeable accidents right there. Mm-hmm. And they had the safety people come out there and take pictures and everything. So I imagine when he gets back to Oklahoma City, he might not have him a job. But, I mean, Steve, I was taught a long time ago that when you fail to learn in the trucking industry is when this truck will turn around and bite you in the ass. And I mean, there's been times that I've had a little bit of trouble, got woke straight up out of a dead sleep, tried to go to a dock, and, and had people come up and give me spot for you. Yeah, man, I appreciate you spotting for me. helping me a little bit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has them days. You don't have 100% all the time like they think we do. You always, I mean, you wake up out of a day of sleep, you're trying to go in a spot, it's tough. But, I mean, after what I witnessed today, and seeing these parking lots day after day after day on the highway, matter of fact, me and Debbie was involved in a road rage incident the other night. None of our doing, it was the people driving. And I didn't want to go to dinner with these people. They way out yonder. I mean, they hardcore. They go to all the rainbow rallies and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But Debbie worked with her, and they invited us to dinner. This city gets out on the interstate going to Columbia, hits the left lane running 62 miles an hour, and people running up behind us, blowing the horn. Had a couple big trucks run up behind us, and a couple of the cars cut us off and give us the finger when it went by and everything. And he said, well, what's their problem? And I was thinking, tell him, and Debbie poked me, don't you say a word. So we got over there to Columbia, and I just knew somebody was going to follow us in that restaurant, get out there and try to whip our ass. But they didn't. And so we got ready to leave. I said, hey, Tom, I said, I'll give you $50 if you'll let me drive back home. He said, would I drive that bad? I said, well, I'm not saying you don't drive that bad, but you don't drive that good neither. So he let me drive home. But, I mean, these, you know, I heard the guy talking a while ago about these states enforcing it. There's a lot of these states now. Oklahoma has got really bad about it, about these trucks getting out there trying to pass one another for 10 miles. You better don't let them catch you out there, because you got 3 minutes to complete the pass. If you don't do it 3 minutes, you get yourself a ticket for impeding traffic.
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina's gone to that deal. So there's a lot of these states see this problem, and there's only a certain amount of law enforcement to go around for any situation. They can't catch them all. But I mean, yeah, we see it every day. I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I mean, the thing that gets me is these four-wheelers, you know, you get over for them, let them get out the ramp, and, you know, they run right up beside your tandem tires on the trailer, and they'll sit there and ride. You speed up, they speed up. You slow down, they slow down. You know, and you study, got your right-hand turn signal trying to get back over. I mean, it's a mess, man. I mean, it really is. I'm glad that I ain't got too many more days left trucking. Retirement's looking better and better every day. But when you was reading that, I thought about that conversation me and you and Patsy was having that morning about that deal. And just on kind of what happened in Indianapolis. But the other thing is, did you know that Kamala Harris was not the border czar?
That's what we're being told. That's what I'm hearing. Yes, isn't that something?
So I reckon they're going to reverse history like they tried and do away with the Civil War, World War II, and the genocide on the Jews during World War II. I reckon they tried to erase our memory, huh?
Yep.
I mean, it's bad. I mean, it's bad. And Steve, you remember it's been about a week ago, me and you had a conversation about the hostages over there in Israel. Well, not in Israel, but over there.
In Gaza. Questioning whether they're even alive.
Right. Netanyahu had a meet today with the illustrious Kamala, and she said, we need to get this deal done. You need to hurry up. Now, Steve, you watch to see what's going to happen. They're going to use these people just like they did those Iran hostages over there in Iran where Jimmy Carter worked so hard, which I had no use for him, but, you know, he was trying to get them loose. Supposedly, Reagan told them to hold them. When he walked into office, they turned them loose. But you watch all about the time that this Democratic conventions really get to smoking, that Kamala had that conversation with Netanyahu, they turned the hostage loose. You want to bet money on it?
That'll be interesting to see. I think Netanyahu's supposed to meet with Trump today, actually. Yeah, later today.
Well, in his speech, he thanked Joe Biden, and then he thanked Donald Trump. But did you catch any of Jello Joe's speech yesterday on him stepping down?
No, I did not. No, I was snoozing.
Okay. Well, anyway, everything he said in that speech was a damn lie. I mean, everything he said, we had the least amount of illegal border crossings under his under his rule. Inflation was at an all-time low, and I listed the whole thing. I think his wife, right after the speech, I don't even think she was in the room. From what they were saying, it was Hunter and all them was in there, and they was all teary-eyed and all that. And they went to comparing, him to George Washington and all some other ones. And this Fox News reporter said, that strikes me kind of strange that the Democrats would compare him to George Washington when they want to change the Washington Monument name up there. George Washington was a slave owner. So what in the hell was he thinking? I mean, the stupidity that come out of his mouth was atrocious. And it's just worth it. If you get a chance, I know you're going to be on Skullbuster time, but get a chance, you ought to listen to that damn thing. It was a total damn lie. Everything that he said. Everything he said was a lie. And he kept referring to a dictatorship. He was favoring democracy.
Right. Trump's going to be a dictator. Yeah.
Yeah, going to be a dictator and all this stuff.
I'll check that out when I get an opportunity here. Maybe when I wrap things up later this morning. All right, Monkey Gouger, good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. I know Brain Dead is a sports memorabilia collector. Actually, at one point, I don't know if he still has his little shop where they did the cards and whatnot. A jersey belonging to the baseball legend Babe Ruth, breaking the record Thursday for the most expensive sports object sold at auction. And the sale hasn't even ended yet. The highest bid for the New York Yankees jersey currently stands at $13.3 million, including commission and fees. However, the sale doesn't end for another month, August 24th, according to Heritage Auctions. Experts are estimating that the bidding could soar to as much as $30 million. Heritage told AFP that the owner could still set a minimum price higher than the current highest bid, although that would run the risk of not selling the item at all. But as it stands, the jersey already exceeds all previous records for sports memorabilia set in recent years. Previous record was a baseball card featuring another Yankees great, Mickey Mantle, sold for $12.6 million in August of 22. But in terms of sports apparel, the highest auction record was set in September of 22 when a jersey worn by the basketball player Michael Jordan during game number 1 of the 1998 NBA Finals sold for $10.1 million in Sotheby's auction. Prior to 2022, no sports item had ever passed the 10 million threshold. Ruth's record-breaking jersey was worn by the Yankees slugger during a historic game against the Chicago Cubs during the 1932 World Series. Yeah, the story of the famous called shot goes that Ruth pointed in the direction of where he wanted the ball to go and proceeded to hit a home run in that exact direction. The Yankees would go on to win that series in a 4-game sweep. Where will the ultimate final price be? Wow. All right, Senor Heatwave comes up. Seeing as we're about a minute from news break, we'll get you right after that. Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, who actually also owns a trucking company, invested in dozens of trucks equipped with automatic emergency brakes because he hoped the technology would increase safety. However, the congressman has found automatic emergency braking to be significantly flawed, he says. Collins says, man, I have a boatload of them that I'd love to get rid of. Now, that comment during the House Highways and Transit Subcommittee hearing that took place on Wednesday of this week, where they were talking about all sort of regulatory agenda items with the FMCSA. They are also looking at the DOT's regulatory and administrative agenda. Automatic emergency brakes are on their list of the DOT's priorities right now, they tell us. That was the meeting where OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh also had a chance to speak. Speed limiters dominated, I think, the more time than anything else. Tell you what they had to say about automatic emergency brakings. First, a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, their first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not yet been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protesters on the streets outside of the US Capitol. In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu, though, struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli prime minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, there have been mixed reactions in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to the US Congress. Family members of hostages still being held in Gaza are furious with the Premier for failing to announce a deal to free them. FSN's Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is being slammed here in Israel for delaying the departure of an Israeli negotiating team to meet with these key mediators to try and finalize a deal after the Israeli military announced the death of 5 Israeli captives found during an operation in Khan Yunis over the past couple of days. Now, the family members of these hostages say that time is running out, fearing that their loved ones will be killed in Gaza if a deal is not reached now. Sarah Coates, Tel Aviv.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. It comes as the acting director of the US Secret Service prepares to testify before 3 Senate committees next week. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. The appearance for Ronald Rowe Jr. followed heated exchanges between members of the House and Kimberly Cheatle, who was director of the Secret Service until her resignation the day after she testified on Capitol Hill. Mitch McCann, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Promise we'd get to sing your heat wave out of the break here. Patiently waiting. What's your latest experience
Good morning, singer.
What's your latest road rage experience?
Oh, these idiots out here think I've got my high beams on, and they'll flash me when they get right up to me. Then I'll flash them back, and they're like, "Oh, sorry." So there's been a couple of times where I've been brake checked, and I just smile and wave at them, and that really upsets them even more. But, the enforcement is only, part of the problem. I mean, there's, like someone said, there's only so many out there at any given time. What the problem is the punishment. There's no, the punishment does not meet or what's that word I'm looking for? De-incentify?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a word?
Disincentify.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good word for a truck driver.
That'll work.
But I mean, there's nothing there that keep them from doing that. And with these kids that are now getting their licenses and young adults with whom Kamala said 18 to 24, though that age group of people are stupid, and it's on tape, so you can't say I made that up. They're watching these videos, they're watching these movies, and they're thinking, well, hell, we'll just drive like them. Then you got the older idiots out there that decide, hey, let's just go ahead and put a few rounds in people and vehicles. Well, that's where the judicial system fails, because they do not give them penalties appropriate for the crimes they commit. So what are they going to do? Well, just like illegal aliens. Well, I got away with it, so let's just do it again. No matter how many times, you get arrested for it. So, but yeah, I don't
really see a whole lot of it out here. And our trucks do 67, so we're kind of, and then we have the capability to goose it a little bit so it'll do 69 so we can get around somebody. But, I'm sorry. If you want your stuff, you don't be shooting truck drivers, because whatever that guy's hauling, you might be needing. That's all I could say. And I mean, it's just plain damn ignorant of people to do that. So, anyways, well, what was I going to be yakking about today? Oh, the police officer that was doing the investigation of the Juicy, whatever the hell his name is, that Smollett.
Smollett, okay.
Yeah. I mean, when Smollett was saying, I was attacked by two Trump-hating MAGA wearing, hat wearers
right
at 3 a.m. in 11-degree weather, trying to get me a tuna fish sandwich. Well, without having all the information, Kamala came out and felt sorry for the alphabet guy. Oh, he shouldn't be that way because of his color and what he likes to do with other men. And then to find out, that the police officer said, look, that hurt our reputation. That didn't put a good shine on us. But we eventually found out that it was a hoax.
Correct.
And if Kamala is going to lie about that and make assumptions about, what happened, well, she's not going to tell you the truth here, and she's going to lie to you. And then someone come out, I don't remember the source, but apparently Kamala has a sex tape out there.
Oh, yeah?
Allegedly,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I better put that there in case
I mean, when they do,
someone,
when they do what they call the vetting process, all that stuff's supposed to come out. I mean, that would have all been in the vetting process for her to be even selected as a vice presidential nominee 4.5 years ago.
Well, but she was DEI or DIE or whatever the hell that was. She was never expected to be in a position that she's in now, because a vice president is just that. It's vice president. Well, what does a vice president do? Well, we really don't know. So, I mean, that's just, what are they going to do when that, comes to light? I mean, she hasn't taken down the post of, her opinion on the Smollett case. They haven't erased the videos of her saying the kids between 18 and 24 are stupid. That's why they put them in the dormitories, and they have resident advisors to help them make up their minds how to live right in college. And those 18 and 24-year-olds are now 22 to 28. Of course, we got most people out here got the mindset of a guppy. They'll be interested in it and start screaming and hollering, and the next minute, ooh, SpongeBob. So what? That's not a good thing. But like Sean Hannity says, this honeymoon period, the sugar high, is gonna drop, and then we'll actually see how the cow eats the cabbage with her trying to explain away. They've got video of her saying, yes, we need to reimagine the police, defund them. We need to reimagine the Border Patrol and ICE agents, defund them. People hate Trump so much that they would vote for a brain-dead idiot, like they did with Biden. Of course, he also had it padded. So anyways, but they would vote to destroy this country more so than what it is, than see Trump win. and they need to go beyond that and see policies. Kamala can't run on a policy, and whatever she is trying to run on, she's tied in with Joe. Like, what the hell were you doing for the last 3.5 years?
And that's
Joe's
why
saying, that's
why they're trying to present this narrative that she was never actually appointed border czar. That's what they're actually trying to say now. Yeah, we heard it. You can go to MSNBC, CNN when the videos are still there. The left news organizations announcing that Kamala Harris has been appointed in charge of our southern border. But we never heard that, right? It's just, never mind. Hey, back to the automatic emergency braking systems. I know many of you are dealing with them. Some like it. Others hate it. Representative Mike Collins says, I've got a boatload of them I'd like to get rid of. This is where the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration are projected to issue a final rule next year that will eventually require all new trucks to be equipped with automatic emergency brakes. OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, who was testifying on behalf of the small business truckers there on Wednesday, agreed with Collins that the technology has not been perfected. They are not foolproof. We have constant false activations. I drove a truck with AEB technology from Reno last year back to Kansas City. It was constantly going off, and there was nothing around. Representative Thomas Keene of New Jersey noted that when Congress directed the DOT to move forward with the rulemaking for automatic emergency brakes, the agencies were required to consult with truck drivers about the effectiveness of the technology. Louis said that consultation never occurred. They have not reached out to drivers or spoke with drivers at all. Also, since this has come out, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's actually opened an investigation into false activations of these products. So they're continuing to move forward with the rule that they know they have a problem with. They know there are false activations. Louis said many OOIDA members have reported instances where the false activations have led the truck being rear-ended or nearly rear-ended by a passenger vehicle. Trucks are completely different than cars, he explains, and just because a technology works well on a car does not mean it's going to work well on a truck. Every load and every type of truck is different as far as weight and how the product moves. You take a tanker, there's liquid in there moving around. So the way you have to stop a tanker is completely different than how you'd have to stop a load of paper towels in a van trailer. Automatic emergency braking. Interesting, though, that they've got someone actually on the panel that owns such trucks. He says, I got a boatload of them I'd love to get rid of. It's about 15 before the hour. 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup in internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll jump back into it here. Brian says the automatic emergency braking rule, just another example of stupid government that subjects us to things that could ultimately harm us and protects us from things that don't. Yeah, things called the unintended consequences, right? All right, monsoon season underway out west. And it varies from one year to the next and location to location. AccuWeather forecasters are expecting a decent amount of storms from the southern Rockies to part of the Great Basin, but rather limited or maybe delayed activity further west. That's been the case so far this year. Now, this is likely going to be beginning sometime here in the next week into early August. We'll see an uptick in thunderstorm activity over the higher elevations in California, Nevada, western Arizona. Yeah, also some thunderstorms for the intermediate, even lower elevations, including interior California. There is thunderstorm potential in early August for a number of areas in the Southwest that have not seen much of any rain at this point in time, even though Las Vegas typically picks up about a third of an inch of rain. From June 1 to July 24, they've only picked up a tenth of an inch so far this year. Yuma, Arizona has actually only had a few drops of rain, compared to 0.2 of an inch on average historically. Either way, the thunderstorm activity will not only bring with it the potential for a bit of rain in some areas that have not received anything since the spring or winter, with some soil dryness relief, but it will carry some risk to lives and property as well. Some of these storms may bring lightning-induced wildfires, winds strong enough to create vast dust storms, and perhaps enough rain to bring some flash flooding. As of yesterday, July 25, there were 89 large active wildfires burning in the U.S., most of them out west, obviously. A significant number of these were started by lightning strikes. Several large active fires burning in southwest Oregon, California, the Great Basin, and the Rockies have actually prompted evacuations. Doesn't take a huge amount of rain to trigger a flash flood in the arid, rugged terrain in the Southwest, especially through some of the canyons and arroyos, the dry stream beds. Hikers have to closely monitor thunderstorm activity. A storm even several miles away, uphill from their location, could trigger a raging torrent of water coming their way a short time later. And we did have an update speaking of the wildfires. In this case, they know it was not lightning. It was a burning car pushed into a gully, sparking California's largest wildfire of the year, according to authorities this past day. as they have announced the arrest of a suspect. Meanwhile, other blazes scorching the Pacific Northwest. But flames from the fire that this man is accused of starting exploded into what is now the Park Fire, which has burned more than 110 square miles near the city of Chino. Evacuations have been ordered in Butte and Tehama counties. The blaze only 3% contained as of midday Thursday. Authorities have not named the man they arrested at this point, but as evacuations continue in California, some Oregon residents were cleared to return home after a thunderstorm dropped some welcome rain, but also potentially dangerous lightning on the biggest active blaze in the United States. More than 24 new fires started in Montana on Wednesday and early Thursday. Another fast-moving blaze forcing thousands to abandon a town in Canada. In eastern Oregon, evacuation orders were lifted for the city of Huntington, small town, 500, after a severe thunderstorm late Wednesday brought some rain and cooler temperatures. All right, let's see. You've got the Durkee Fire, the nation's biggest. Baker County Sheriff called the rain a godsend. The Oregon State Fire Marshal said firefighters were set to seize the opportunity of better conditions to push back the fire there at the Oregon-Idaho border. That one remained unpredictable, only 20% contained, according to the Interagency Fire Agency. Lightning strikes started 15 new fires overnight in Idaho, according to the U.S. Forest Service in Boise, but several had already been extinguished by Thursday afternoon. More than 2,800 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes were detected across southeast Oregon and Idaho on Wednesday alone. Sorry, we talk a lot of these are these dry thunderstorms. You get the lightning, not much of any, if any, rainfall. Back to the phones here, see who we got online. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got? Check 1 2 1 2. Somebody, and if you heard the beep, that means it was your turn. Well, let's see if Horse Feathers can hear the beep. Beep. Beep.
Beep. I hear beep. Beep. Hey, I guess so we don't screw it up 2 weeks in a row, we might as well just start right out with, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky?
Oh, she knows it's her hump day.
That's right. That's right. All right. Now we got that out of the way, and we got the beep out of the way. Your Honor, I might possibly be the second smartest man in the world.
Behind Doc Holliday.
Because Doc Holliday is possibly the smartest man in the world, so there's no way I could be there. But anyways, so I'm listening on your news there, and there's some secretary something or another in New York that has said we have to get away from all the petroleum problems that are causing all the global warming, because what are we, like the third year in a row the temperatures have risen or something, and we're reaching the valley, we're reaching the it won't be long and the earth is going to be like the surface of the sun or something like that, he said, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking. But so anyways, me being a propane hauler and there's these things in the ground called pipelines. Now, you've looked it up before. You remember seeing the map of the pipelines where they crisscross this country,
yes,
and where they go back and
yes,
forth? And it pretty much looks like somebody just took a plate of spaghetti and dumped it on the United States, and that's the map of the pipeline system in the United States. So anyways, well, since we're not going to be having all these fossil fuels and propane and gasoline and natural gas and home heating fuel and all these things in these pipelines, can we use them for water, Your Honor?
Okay.
I mean, we got excessive water in all different parts of the country at all different times of the year. And, if we could if we could take some of this water and send it to Death Valley and spray in the desert there, so when the tourists come and walk bare feet in the desert in the 128 degree temperature with 170 degrees sand, do you think we can
Yep.
and we got this monsoonal water here this coming, and like Phoenix could have gotten rid of some water and it could go to California and Oregon and Idaho and Montana for the forest fires, and I think we could just push water through them now instead of because they're just going to be sitting idle because petroleum products in them. So anyways, I don't know. Just a thought there from possibly the second smartest man in the world there. I just wondering what your thought about that.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're not off of fossil fuels or petroleum products, and we ain't gonna be anytime in the near future. But maybe they could build some pipelines specifically designed just for water. I mean, what do you think? All right, we got to pause there. It's 844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. Typhoon Gemi has made landfall in southeastern China after causing widespread flooding and landslides across Taiwan and the Philippines and claiming more than 20 lives. The typhoon has prompted warnings of swelling rivers, flash floods and waterlogging in cities and provinces that were hit by torrential rain just several weeks ago. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Typhoon Gemi made landfall in the coastal city of Putian in the southeastern province of Fujian around 12 GMT. According to state media, it's already bringing with it heavy rain and it's moving towards the Jiangxi province. It's been downgraded, but the big problem for authorities at the moment is that while it might be weakening as it moves northward, it is bringing with it heavy rain.
Officials say that wildfires have destroyed up to half of the Canadian town of Jasper as firefighters work to try to save buildings and as residents flee to safety. The United Nations Secretary General has issued an urgent call to action to better protect billions around the world exposed to crippling effects of extreme heat. Global temperatures have been rising, with Sunday, Monday and Tuesday this week having been the hottest days recorded. Jodie Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sounding the alarm bells yet again, Antonio Guterres says the crippling heat is everywhere and it's costing lives. He says those most at risk are the urban poor, pregnant women, children and the homeless, who often live in substandard housing without access to cooling. On Thursday, Antonio Guterres launched what he calls the Secretary-General's call to action on extreme heat. Its aim, an urgent and concerted effort to enhance international cooperation to address the extreme temperatures.
I'm not frustrated. I'm determined to turn things around.
The Secretary-General has once again urged world leaders to phase out fossil fuels fast and to stop what he calls the human-induced climate change. Jody Jacobs, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu also held talks with President Joe Biden on Thursday, where they discussed ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal. He is expected to meet former President Donald Trump on Friday, who is vying to return to the White House in November. Sally Patterson has more.
It's time to get a ceasefire deal done. That was Kamala Harris's key message, speaking after her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Vice President spoke of her serious concern about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the devastating images coming out of the war zone. But she called on Americans to recognise the complexity and nuance of history in the region.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. US President Joe Biden on Thursday met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, the first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protests on the streets outside the US Capitol. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reflected on his history with Joe Biden, saying that they'd known each other for 40 years and that Joe Biden had known every Israeli Prime Minister for the last 50 years. However, there were weightier issues to discuss, including that ceasefire deal that was proposed a couple of months ago but has still not come to fruition, and the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. But with Joe Biden now unfettered, freed from the shackles of a re-election campaign, the thinking is that during the next 6 months he will push harder on the Israeli Prime Minister to de-escalate and to achieve a ceasefire. There has been growing tension between the two leaders as the civilian death toll has risen during the 9-month conflict. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
The main news again. Typhoon Gamy has made landfall in southeastern China after causing widespread flooding and landslides across Taiwan and the Philippines. Officials say that wildfires have destroyed up to half of the Canadian town of Jasper. US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so tonight's the night. The 2024 Paris Olympic Games officially Oh, it's the opening ceremony. The game's already started here, yesterday, day before? I did not realize that we've heard security is a major concern. We're all familiar. Typically, the opening ceremony is held in a big venue, not an indoor venue. Sometimes they are, but in most times, the likes of a stadium. Definitely a way to screen everyone coming through the gates to get into said venue. They've got something planned for today's opening games, and I'm not sure the time differential here versus Paris. Obviously, it'll be Friday evening there before it is here, right? An unusual opening ceremony. In a departure from the usual stadium show, dancers, musicians, and athletes. In this case, they're going to cruise down the Seine River on a flotilla of boats as hundreds of thousands of spectators watch from bridges and grandstands. With the glowing Eiffel Tower in the background, it promises to be visually stunning, they say. But when it comes to security, there's no way. Okay. According to the International Olympic Committee executive, if there's one event that's under pressure, it's the Olympic Games. Given the threat of terrorism, officials must be on the front door on their tiptoes, being brave. They say the gamble seemed worth it to those who planned the games and sought to transform Paris into a vast playing field, building temporary venues at the Chateau de Versailles, the Grand Palais, and other landmarks. Still, this supposedly waterborne opening ceremony startled President Macron. And I can tell you at the very beginning, he said, during a reception at the Elysee Palace this week, it seemed to be a crazy, not serious idea. The challenges are obvious. Organizers needing to protect 90-something boats departing from whatever it is, the bridge, easing past the Isle of St. Louis and the Isle de la Cite on a 3.7-mile route with apartment buildings and hotels and offices pressed up close on either side of the river. If this doesn't sound like the opportunity for a terrorist incident, I don't know what does. Now, the ceremony's artistic director said, like all projects, there's a dream. And then there's reality. But I guess they're proceeding with it. French Olympic officials already on edge because of the Israel-Hamas war and the resulting street protests had downsized their plans back in early March when they cut down the number of ticketed spectators from what was a potential 600,000. They cut that nearly in half to 326,000. That'll be interesting. Boy, who comes up with such brilliant ideas? Were you aware of that, the opening ceremony, boats on the river?
Tell you the truth, I just missed everything you said because I was out putting fuel in the truck.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. But, yeah, duty called. Anyway. So I don't know. Not a whole lot other than that going on. Casual Friday happening here. So we got what's going on with this full moon thing here, Your Honor? We had a full moon last weekend, didn't we? And now I'm looking up at the moon and it's like already half gone. Aren't you supposed to go to like 3/4 or something there, somewhere in the middle, or what? I don't know.
One day, it's pretty close to a half moon. I think it's like a 27-day cycle from full to new, then back to full.
All right. So was it last week that we had the full moon, or the week before? I mean, these hump day things keep going by so fast. I don't even remember when the heck the full moon was now.
And don't forget, it's actually Casual Friday.
It is that too. So we shouldn't be thinking that hard, should we? But But anyways, not a whole lot going on, I guess, as I think you reported earlier there. I heard pretty sure you say that we're about done with the rain here for the Mid-Atlantic. I guess the people to the south of us still get a little bit of water, but we're supposed to have 3-4 nice days in a row here until beginning of next week. So not very much humidity, they're saying, and now somewhere in the high 80 temperatures, but that's not terrible. We can deal with that.
Sounds like a great weekend to get out to the ball game or get out to do something. Head on over to the beach. Good pool weather. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy hump day to her. Friday, whatever day it is. Doing a late check-in due to a good conversation with a couple of the cartoon characters. Got the usual run, and it is a straight tonight. Clouds and 74 on I-64 in Indiana. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to yours. And thank you for the shout-out there, Horse Feathers. If we can talk briefly about electric vehicles. You think it's the current requirements. If you think Joe Biden's mandates were bad enough, would you believe if I told you Kamala Harris, in the event she were to actually become president, actually favors a more aggressive plan to mandate electric vehicles than even Joe Biden? And we know Joe's electric vehicle policies have seen declining popularity both in swing states and nationwide. During her 2020 campaign, when she was actually running for president at the time, before being the first to drop out, she vowed to implement climate policies ensuring 50% of all new passenger vehicles sold are EVs by the year 2030 and 100% by 2035. That's archived on her campaign website. She also backed a mandate requiring all new vehicle purchases for corporate fleets, transportation networks, and heavy-duty vehicles be electric by 2030. Just months after she announced in January of 2019 she would run for president, she also composed the so-called Zero Emission Vehicles Act, a bill that was later modified to include language mandating 43% of car sales be electric by 2027 and 100% by 2035. By comparison, Biden's has finalized his multi-pollutant emission standards, which are expected to lead to 56% of light-duty car sales being battery electric and another 13% being hybrid by 2032. Under the administration's finalized standards for heavy-duty vehicles, less than half of trucks produced in 2032 will be electric. But Harris's plan to rapidly electrify the transportation sector, which was among the most radical plans offered by any of the candidates in 2020, sheds a bit of light on how a possible Harris administration may approach electric vehicle-related policies and climate change even more broadly. And that's fresh material for the Trump campaign, which has already vigorously attacked Biden's EV policies. They can target hers in the months up to the election. According to the Washington Free Beacon, Trump campaign spokeswoman Carolyn Levitt said Kamala Harris' radical energy policies like her EV mandate and the Green New Scam will hurt American workers, it will help China, and do virtually nothing to help the environment. President Trump advanced conservation and environmental stewardship while promoting economic growth for families all over the country. Americans' energy agenda under President Trump produced affordable, reliable energy for consumers, along with stable, high-paying jobs for small businesses, all while dropping our carbon emissions to the lowest level in 25 years. There was a poll conducted earlier this month by Remington Research Group on behalf of the American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers, which obviously oppose electric vehicle mandates, found 59% or more of likely voters in Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin oppose bans on gas-powered cars in their states, which will likely determine the winner of the election. Large majorities in those states reported that a candidate's position on stopping bans on new gas cars would be an important factor in their vote. This new polling underscores what we've been hearing from American people of all political stripes for months now, that they do not want the government banning gas cars, mandating electric vehicles, or imposing regulations that restrict access to types of cars that they want to buy. 44% of Americans, meanwhile, said that they would consider purchasing an electric vehicle. That's down 11 points compared to this time last year when it was 55%. Overall, between January and March, just 9.3% of light-duty vehicles sold in the U.S. were either hybrid or battery electric. It was 10.2% in the final quarter of last year. Numbers released earlier this month by the Auto Industry Association Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Battery electric sales dropped nearly 1% year over year. At the same time, we know the major automakers, General Motors, Ford, Volkswagen, have all announced their plans to substantially scale back electric vehicle production amid the considerable economic roadblocks they're facing. The latest numbers from the Boston Consulting Group concluded automakers lose about $6,000 on every single electric vehicle they sell for $50,000. Now, the average EV transaction price is $56,371, nearly $8,000 more than the average transaction price of gas-powered vehicles. That's according to the most recent Kelley Blue Book data. Is it possible she could even take the agenda further in the wrong direction? Things people need to know, right? And it's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Friday, TGIF, 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Gilligan. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. It's Thursday for me, though. I still got another night to go.
One to go.
I'm one of them guys that work one. Yeah, ain't been too bad a week, so I can't complain too much. I want to bring up a couple things. Have you ever noticed that I know there's always this thing, Israel needs to come to the table and negotiate. Israel needs to negotiate. There's never a call from the world leaders for the Palestinians, the Hamas, and everything. Wait a minute. You all attacked Israel. You took hostages. Why aren't they on them to release them? Why are they always on Israel to negotiate?
There have been several opportunities for just that, a ceasefire that Hamas has refused to agree to.
Exactly. But there's always the call for Israel to perpetuate. I don't get it. I know I screwed that word up, but you know what I mean.
Right.
It's a big word for an old fat truck driver. You know, I don't get it. And the left is always on Israel. Israel needs to stop the violence. Well, how about Hamas stop the violence? Or the Palestinians. I know that when Yasser Arafat was in power with the PLO, if I'm not mistaken, Israel offered him 99% of what he demanded, and he still wouldn't take the peace deal. Because the only thing he'd settle for is the total destruction of Israel as a state. How can Israel negotiate with terrorists like that only want their destruction? I don't get it, and I won't get it. But we know the left's approach. We have to, they have to negotiate. They have to give up. It's like they're trying. They say they're for the state of Israel. They say they're for Jewish people, and then they stab them in the back. That's like they do the working class. They say they're for the working class. Every time you turn around, they've got a knife in our back, and they're for the minorities, and they do them the same way. Anybody that really believes that the Democrat Party is for blacks in particular, other minorities, not just blacks, go to a large city, go to the inner city, look around at the ghetto, and those places are run by Democrats, has been run by Democrats for decades. I don't think the Horse Feathers could probably clarify this, but I believe it's been 70 or 80 years since there has been a Republican majority power in the city of Baltimore. I've been in some of the worst areas of Baltimore. I used to deliver to Family Dollar stores. It's amazing. It's so sad to see it, and most of it is avoidable. I never will get it, but I guess if you're there and all you see is that somebody says they're going to help you, you think that sooner or later it's coming, but you would think people would open their eyes
in their minds and say, wait a minute, you've been promising this all my life, and it hasn't happened yet.
Never.
Yep, exactly. As far as the automatic braking, absolutely right. It is a horrible idea, especially on trucks. For several years early in my career, I pulled flatbeds. And anybody that's pulled flatbeds, especially an aluminum flatbed, as light as them things are, you slam on the brakes, that trailer's going to go one way or the other. It's not going to stay behind the truck. An empty van trailer will too, but not like an aluminum flatbed because of how light they are. Now, I just seen one of the cutest things you'll ever see. I seen a doe standing here along I-81 and a little one nursing. Now, I'll tell you what, that's about as cute to me as anything you can see in nature. But get back to what I was saying. I think you brought up. What about the tankers with the fluid sloshing back and forth? I mean, whether it's fuel, they don't even think about milk because there's maybe 2 compartments in that tanker. At least with fuel, there's usually 4, if I'm not mistaken. I've never pulled tankers. I've known people that pulled tankers and stuff. And any kind of freight, even in a box trailer, you slam on the brakes. I had somebody cut me off one morning, and I had rolls of paper in the front of the trailer. They hit the bulkhead and put small holes in the front of the trailer. You know, this automatic braking, look, we don't even have to go there on bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
This automatic braking is it's a thing with good intentions but horrible results. So I know you're coming up on the break, Steve. I'll catch you later. Hope everybody has a safe night. I think Charlie's working on a story, and he does have an announcement.
Oh, boy.
He'll call in, and that lonely is there. Thank you, Steve.
Have a good morning there, Gilligan. Thank you for checking in. All right, so I guess I got the official statement from John Force Racing President Robert Hight on the future of the Peak Chevrolet Camaro funny car team. More on that coming up after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, their first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which, although proposed weeks ago, has not yet been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protesters on the streets outside of the US Capitol. In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu, though, struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli prime minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, there have been mixed reactions in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to the US Congress. Family members of hostages still being held in Gaza are furious with the Premier for failing to announce a deal to free them. FSN Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is being slammed here in Israel for delaying the departure of an Israeli negotiating team to meet with these key mediators to try and finalize a deal after the Israeli military announced the death of 5 Israeli captives found during an operation in Khan Yunis over the past couple of days. Now, the family members of these hostages say that time is running out, fearing that their loved ones will be killed in Gaza if a deal is not reached now. Sarah Coates, Tel Aviv.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. It comes as the acting director of the US Secret Service prepares to testify before 3 Senate committees next week. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. The appearance for Ronald Rowe Jr. followed heated exchanges between members of the House and Kimberly Cheatle, who was director of the Secret Service until her resignation the day after she testified on Capitol Hill. Mitch McCann, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Welcome back. It's a Friday, and we're rolling into the final weekend of July, is it? Wow. Hey, I want to remind you, as a listener to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, if you want to help support the program, order your Hot Shot Secret products online and save money at the same time. Listeners to this program save 10% on all orders at HotShotSecret.com by using the code Overnight Drive at checkout. Now, that's in addition to a 10% discount that's always available for military, first responders, CDL holders. You could be active duty or veteran military. That totals up to 20% off your entire order. If you'd rather not order online, I know some people that still to this day don't like using credit cards online and things of that nature. You can now find some of our smaller versions of Hot Shot Secret products, a.k.a. the 4-ounce Everyday Diesel Treatment at AutoZone. You'll also find the 16-ounce Diesel Extreme, the 16-ounce Stiction Eliminator. That is by request of the listening public. A lot of folks who don't drive 18-wheelers say, I don't need a 64-ounce bottle or a 32-ounce bottle of the diesel treatment or Stiction Eliminator. So those are available. They're at all those at AutoZone locations all around the country. All right, looks like an off weekend for maybe Kyle and Josh out there on the racing or truck and tractor pulling trail. Coming up next weekend, though, August 1st through the 3rd, that's back in big-time action with the NTPA. 3 big days, Thursday through Saturday. It's off to Rockwell, Iowa. Hot Shot Secret will be there. 5 sessions starting on Thursday, again through Saturday. The NTPA Grand National Event. So mark that on your calendar. Stop by, say hello. All right, had the statement from John Force's racing president, Robert Hight, on the future of the Peak Chevrolet funny car team, the Camaro. John, of course, sidelined indefinitely. John Force racing president Robert Hight confirming this past day a plan to put the 16-time champions Peak antifreeze and coolant Chevrolet Camaro back in competition before the start of the NHRA's countdown to the championship in September. After conversations with John's team and with our partners, especially Brian Bolander at Peak and Jim Campbell at Chevrolet, and with John's input and approval, we've begun taking the steps necessary to get the Peak Chevy back on the racetrack. The tentative target for the car's return is the 47th annual Cornwell Tools Night Under Fire, August 2nd and 3rd. That'll be at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Ohio, an event in which Force was to have raced against funny car rivals Ron Capps, Cruz Pedregon, Dale Creasy Jr., part of a show that also includes top fuel dragsters, jets, and a world-class fireworks show. We hope to tie up all the loose ends and introduce a driver sometime right after Sonoma. That'll be the Denso NHRA Sonoma Nationals that start today, as a matter of fact, July 26th through the 28th. We may know something by the start of next week. I did say there's a good pool of driving talent out there. Obviously, we need to find the right fit for both the team and our sponsors. Hight, a 3-time NHRA Funny Car champion, 2-time Seattle winner, has himself been sidelined this year by health issues. His seat in the Cornwell Tools Camaro capably filled by the current point leader, Austin Prock, who this week is trying to become just the 3rd driver to win the Northwest Nationals titles in both Top Fuel and Funny Car. All right, 844-844-3388. See what Eagle has happening here on a Friday. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Hello? Okay, go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was having problems with my speaker. Okay, yeah, Steve, yeah, I will talk about, before I get to politics, I want to follow up what you said about John Force. I'm pretty sure, from what I've been reading on my phone the last couple of weeks, that his career is probably over. He can't take another hit like that.
Mm-hmm.
He can't take another hit like that. He'd probably be dead if he hit the wall going that fast again. I don't know what they can do about the funny cars, because they had another the race last week. They had another explosion similar to what John Force has, and the driver lost control. A guy named Ron Capps.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very dangerous situation, Steve. I told you that after Force, when you got a motor sitting right in front of you, and it explodes like that, you can't see, all the oil and greases everywhere, and you already running 300 miles an hour, and all it takes is one mistake, turning the wheel, and you can lose control of the damn car and hit the wall. I don't know if they can move the motor to the rear of the car like they have in the top fuelers, because when they blow an engine in a top fuel car, you still have some control, because the motor is in back of you. But when you got a damn motor in front of you, it's hard to see once that motor explodes. And, you look at what happened to Force, and you can clearly see that he didn't have no control of the car after that motor blew up, and that's why he slammed into that wall. So NHRA, they need to think about that, or either they're gonna definitely have to have a different kind of walls instead of concrete. You can't have cars running in the walls running 300 miles an hour. I mean concrete. You know what I mean? They're going to do like NASCAR and have some safer barriers or something, to make the impact a little bit softer. What do you think about that?
I think I don't. It's probably kind of a costly thing, but I mean, NASCAR was able to successfully. And then how many lives do you think that saved in NASCAR? I think a lot.
Oh yeah, it saved a lot of lives. Like I said, John Force, he's lucky he's still alive. To hit a wall going that fast. So yeah, it doesn't matter how much money it costs. NHRA makes a lot of money, and if you don't want to see somebody lose their life. So if whatever amount of money it takes to get it done, they need to go ahead and do it, because if they're gonna continue running the motor in front of the car in a funny car, they're gonna have to do that, because when that, like I said before, when that motor blows, there's no way in hell you can see with all that fire and flames. You can go back and look at that sports record, you can clearly see what I'm talking about. Ain't no way in hell I get in the funny car. I might drive a Top Fueler, but ain't no way in hell I get in no damn funny car with a motor like that. But yeah, Steve, let me move on to something else right quick. Yeah, like I said, you was right last night, man. I checked further into the situation with the burning of the flag, this and that, and there is no law right now as of right now. Donald Trump was talking about making something happen. There needs to be a law or something to where people can't do that, because that's like kissing on the grave of a fallen soldier when you do that. These people have no respect. That's the problem with these younger people nowadays. They don't respect nobody. Like my grandfather used to say, they don't even respect themselves. So it's hard to respect somebody else when you don't even respect your damn self. You walk around with all these tattoos and earrings in their nose, mouth, and lips, and then they wonder why they can't get a job. You walk into a job with orange hair, green, purple, look like a damn rainbow, and you can't understand why somebody won't give you a job. What the hell's wrong with you?
Right.
It's really sickening, Steve, to see the downgrade of America, to see what's happening to this country. There's no respect whatsoever, with the youth, with the adults and everything. It's really sad. I wish there was some way they ought to have a damn mandatory military as far as I'm concerned. Kids get in the military, when they 18 or 19, teach them for discipline if it ain't nothing but 2 years, and they can get out and do what the hell they want to do. But it's too late. Like I said, I think it's a lost cause anyway for these youth that's coming up now. I think it's a loss. I told you before. That's the reason why I don't even train people in my truck. I could be a driver trainer, but you can't train somebody who knows more than you. You got a guy straight out of truck driving school, only been driving for about 5 weeks, and he think he know more than you. So I don't even waste time. Like I say, I'm probably losing $1,500 to $2,000 a month. I probably could make that much money extra on my check, if I was a trainer. But I'd rather not have that money in my damn pocket than to deal with these young up and coming punks that think they know everything. So that's the way I look at that situation. Now let's move on to the Donald Trump deal, Steve. But I'm very concerned about Donald Trump in the direction that his campaign is going. Donald Trump, he's gonna have, because I've seen him make the same mistake in 2020. Well, we all know that the election was stolen, but he also gave away a lot of votes with this talking bad about people, the insults. So it's okay to say a couple of insults, but not your whole show, and especially when you saying things about a woman, because they're gonna say that he's a womanizer, he doesn't respect women. They're already trying to use that excuse on Trump. So I think that he needs to clear that up and clean that up a little bit, because it could cost him the election. I'm talking about the in-between voters. I ain't talking about the Donald Trump, the pure 100% Trumpers like me. I'm not going no damn where. I don't care what Trump say. I'm talking about the in-between people, the people that can't figure out if they want to vote for Joe Biden or Kamala, and the in-between people. They say, well, I'm not going to vote for Trump because he disrespects women. I'm going with Kamala because she's a woman. Those are the people I'm talking about. Donald Trump got to be careful. He needs to have women voters. He can't talk so bad about her that women say, the hell with Donald Trump. I'm not going to vote for him because he don't respect women. You don't want to lose an election because of that. So hopefully Donald Trump will clean up the deal a little. Because see, Steve, he has the election won. All he has to do is focus on what the issues are, which is she was the border czar. I don't give a damn.
Yep.
I don't give a damn what they say. You and I, like you say, I used to live in Texas, Steve. I've been talking to you 3 or 4 years about the border being wide open, and she was the main reason why it was wide open. So anybody, but you got a bunch of idiots, like useful idiots like Netanyahu said, these young punks, like I'm saying, they believe everything they see on CNN and MSNBC. They said that they tell them that Kamala wasn't a border czar, and these idiots believe it. But meanwhile, there's 15 to 20 million people in the country. If she didn't let them in the country, who the hell did? So, like I said before, I know who let them in. That's what Donald Trump needs to focus on is that border that she left wide open, and all the jobs in the oil industry that her and Joe Biden shut down. That's enough to get Donald Trump in the White House. He can forget about all the damn insults and all that. If he runs on his policies and what the Biden administration has done for the last 4 years, he'll have a damn landslide victory. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
And that is, you are correct. Just focus on the issues. Yeah, she's been a part of this administration 3.5 years, and as I just shared here last hour, when it comes to the EV mandates that an overwhelming majority of people are against, if she follows through on what she had said when she was running in 2020, obviously she could come out now and say, well, we've learned a little more. She could change her tune. That's, it's not uncommon to flip-flop in the political arena, but we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, we'll give you more on the whole CrowdStrike debacle that was just beginning to unfold at this hour 1 week ago. First Carolina Monkey Gouger. Back at it. What you got?
Hey, Steve, thanks for letting me back in there. You're talking about those electrical vehicles. Did you see the announcement that Ford made today? Or yesterday?
I something about their numbers are down. Was it because of electric vehicles?
The numbers were down, and they're canceling something like a $3.5 billion EV plant. And
Really?
they're going to use that money to upgrade their gas and diesel motors. I thought that was kind of interesting. You know, everybody's wanting, all these car manufacturers are backing off these EVs and everything. But have you ever done something and, you know, the princess just reminds you of it, you know, just kind of like just keep poking you in the ribs about it?
Sure. Right.
Well, tonight I got a phone call from Debbie. She said, I told you that Southwest Airlines was a piece of crap. I said, what now? Well, you didn't read it? I said, nah, I ain't read it. Why? She said, well, last month, which would have been June, there was a Southwest Airlines flying into Tampa Bay that 3 miles out from the Glasgow, They were at an altitude of 175 foot. She said, that might have been us. I said, no. I said, that plane come out of Ohio. We come from Nashville. But I just want to remind you of that. And I said, okay. Well, I got to checking on it. But there was some shocking news about Southwest today. After 50 years of not having assigned seating, they will be assigning seats now. And I thought that was pretty interesting. But, you know, Steve, there was a deal, and I agree that, you know, hey, let them take the low road. We'll take the high road. Stay focused on the issues at hand. I mean, they tore him up on Fox tonight about that. Those women on Gutfield.
Oh, yeah?
You know, they said, we're oh, man, they give him a fit. You know, they were saying, hey, look, you know, Donald, you can walk into the White House, just keep reminding everybody about the record. You can run on your record and beat the hell out of her, but quit the name calling. And, you know, Steve, I kind of agree. We're tired of the rhetoric. And you know, let them be the one that drag up the mud. Let them do the name calling. You're a better man than that, Donald. I mean, you know, it incites the crowd and they go haywire. But, like, you know, what about the women that's on the fence and stuff? Mm-hmm. The ones that we need, the independent voters and stuff. So I kind of agree with that. He needs to tone some of that rhetoric down. And I was hoping Laura Bush was going to be able to do something with him, you know. She's the co-chairman of the RNC, which is his daughter-in-law. But, you know, something that kind of struck me kind of strange. Did you see Ivanka talk at any of them RNC speeches or anything? The only time I've seen her was at the end of it when they were all on stage together. Did you see her say anything?
You mean Melania?
No, Ivanka, his daughter.
Okay, I didn't really get to tune into much of any of the coverage there of the RNC. I just had to follow all the all the reports after the fact each evening.
Right. Well, I was kind of wondering why she didn't get up there and make an appeal. But other thing, have you seen J.D. Vance's movie Hillbilly Eulogy?
I have not.
You got to see that movie. You know, I didn't know much about J.D. Vance other than he was from Ohio and
right.
Everybody seemed to like him. This is a man that come from one of the poorest parts of Kentucky. He spent a lot of his summer down there in Kentucky, and he was raised up in Ohio. I don't know the name, Middletown or Middleborough or something like
Middletown.
that. And, you know, I mean, this is a guy that come from nothing, went and served in the military, fought as a Marine, put himself through one of the big law schools, the Yale he went to. I mean, he knows what it is to have hard times. He's lived it. So I feel a little bit better about JD now. I feel like, you know, Trump made a good choice there. But I just wish he kind of toned it down a little bit and you know, they take the low road, we take the high road. Everything will be good. He can just cruise right on into the White House.
Steve,
thank you for letting me
you
back.
You got it. If his advisors could get that through his skull, right? Focus on the issues. The issues run on your record. We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Paris is poised for what's been dubbed as the biggest open-air show in the world, with the opening of the Olympic Games on Friday evening. The city centre and Paris's airspace will be shut down, with tens of thousands of police and army soldiers mobilised amid heightened security. The show has taken 2 years to rehearse in secret. As part of the ceremony, 8,000 of the world's top athletes will be taken by boat along the River Seine, with more than 300,000 people watching from the riverbanks. More than 1 billion people are expected to watch live on television and social media. Typhoon Gaemi has made landfall in southeastern China after barreling across the Taiwan Strait, prompting warnings of swelling rivers, flash floods and waterlogging in cities and provinces that were hit by torrential rain just several weeks ago. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Typhoon Gani made landfall in the coastal city of Putian in the southeastern province of Fujian around 12 GMT. According to state media, it's already bringing with it heavy rain, and it's moving towards the Jiangxi province. It's been downgraded, but the big problem for authorities at the moment is that while it might be weakening as it moves northward, it is bringing with it heavy rain.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu also held talks with President Joe Biden on Thursday, where they discussed ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal. He's expected to meet with former President Donald Trump on Friday, who's vying to return to the White House in November. Sally Patterson has more.
It's time to get a ceasefire deal done. That was Kamala Harris's key message, speaking after her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The vice president spoke of her serious concern about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the devastating images coming out of the war zone. But she called on Americans to recognise the complexity and nuance of history in the region. Also on Thursday, Netanyahu thanked President Joe Biden for his 50 years of support for Israel as a, quote, proud Irish-American Zionist. His visit brought thousands of protesters to the streets, demanding an end to the war.
In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The United Nations Secretary-General has issued an urgent call to action to better protect billions around the world exposed to the crippling effects of extreme heat. Global temperatures have been rising unabated, with Sunday, Monday and Tuesday this week having been the hottest days recorded. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sounding the alarm bells yet again, Antonio Guterres says the crippling heat is everywhere and it's costing lives. He says those most at risk are the urban poor, pregnant women, children and the homeless, who often live in substandard housing without access to cooling. On Thursday, Antonio Guterres launched what he calls the Secretary-General's call to action on extreme heat. Its aim, an urgent and concerted effort to enhance international cooperation to address the extreme temperatures.
I'm not frustrated. I'm determined to turn things around.
The Secretary-General has once again urged world leaders to phase out fossil fuels fast and to stop what he calls the human-induced climate change. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. Mitch McCann, New York.
And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page. Welcome into a Friday, 26th day of July. Yeah, as Monkey Gouger mentioned, I had that story before me. Southwest Airlines will be ending that open seating policy and begin offering extra legroom seats on their planes as mounting pressure to increase revenue prompts some of the biggest changes to their business model in their 53-year history. They plan to start selling the first flights that will offer extra legroom next year. They also plan to start overnight flights starting in February. They've said for years they've been studying changes and kind of hinted back in April that they were seriously considering assigning seats and then offering pricier seats with more legroom. Yeah, the way they have been for some time, they put customers in one of three boarding groups and assigns a number. That sets off a mad dash to check in a day before the flight. Yeah, customers can get earlier boarding if they pay for a higher price ticket. Yeah, they'll get a better boarding slot. Now, when travelers choose a competitor over Southwest, they found in their research that their open seating model was the number one reason for that choice, looking at another airline. They said that they outlined the changes. They also said 80% of their own customers prefer an assigned seat. Although our unique open seating policy has been a part of our airline since our inception, our extensive research makes it clear this is the right choice at the right time for the customers, the people, the shareholders, according to the CEO this past day. Okay, so that's a pretty significant change. I'll assume, like so many other of the low-cost airlines, Allegiant, Frontier, you get a lower price ticket, but you don't have your bags covered. Southwest still covers the first two checked bags. That's a big plus. But the other airlines, by the time you add up the cost of checking your bags to your destination and the flight back again, that super cheap round-trip ticket turns out to be more in line with some of the others, and in some cases even higher than if you want to pick your seat, your assigned seat. You're paying $15-20 per person each direction to purchase your seat location. I'm guessing Southwest will probably also be charging for picking your assigned seats. Not sure they didn't have that in the mix there, but other industry headlines here on a Friday morning. We had shared the story of the fatal accident on I-95 in North Carolina that took place on Wednesday. A truck driver now facing manslaughter charges after that accident in Wilson County, North Carolina. According to the Associated Press, it was a Freightliner hauling orange juice, was headed north on 95, failing to slow for traffic in a construction zone. The commercial vehicle struck a Chevy Tahoe and a Toyota RAV4 and two other tractor trailers. That Freightliner then caught fire. 5 people inside of those two passenger vehicles died in that wreck. Each of the 3 truck drivers were taken to a nearby hospital with minor injuries. After the Freightliner driver was released from the hospital, he was placed under arrest and charged with 5 counts of misdemeanor death by motor vehicle, being held on a $20,000 bond. Investigators at this point say speed was a factor, but impairment is not expected. Just the things that can happen in the blink of an eye. When you're going 70 miles an hour and you don't see the traffic stopped in front of you, that's it, just like that. Then I mentioned the monsoon season underway out there in the western portions of the country. Phoenix, Arizona, apparently a very strong, severe thunderstorm collapsing the roof of a building Wednesday night. At a commercial building, according to the Fox 10 Phoenix, the building's roof collapsed during that severe thunderstorm. The exact reason not determined, but I mean, there was some of the photographs. This was almost looks like a tornado came through, but one of the workers inside the building at the time of the collapse was still unaccounted for this past day. This was a commercial food distributor there. No further information released, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. The right-wing nut on a Friday. Good morning.
Morning. Yes, right. Right, wing nut. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, that damn, what they call it, Secretary General of the UN, talking about we got man-made heat.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to do away with all this stuff like, I don't know.
Gasoline?
Petroleum. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to get his fat ass back to where he's from when they break for the... Who the hell's calling me now? I guess I'll have to call him back later. Anyways, yeah, he wants to do away with all petroleum, fossil fuels. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work out. And the planet's going to cool off to a comfortable 75 degrees year-round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's if that ain't a globalist agenda, I don't know what is. I think we ought to get out of that damn UN and they can go ahead and move it to Europe, where they can go ahead and pollute around in their jets and their cars and live fancy-free, eat crickets and grasshoppers and scorpions and snakes and whatever else. If they don't want us to eat meat, the hell with them. Now the fire there in Ruidoso, New Mexico. They had some idiot up there saying that was due to climate change. No, it was not. They found 2 people, man and a woman, out there, and they set 16 fires out there in the forest there around Ruidoso on that Apache reservation they got out there. Oh, I need an adult beverage right about now. Yeah, that's a damn bald-faced lie that them people are putting out there. Climate change didn't cause that. It's 2 damn firebugs that caused it. You know, and then with them bringing them people in, letting them come in and putting them out after they come through the border illegally, you know, who's to say more fires out there are not caused by them people camping out and living off the land, you know? All I know is there's going to be a bunch of firewood available here in the next couple of weeks, so yeah, might ought to get my pickup and my trailer set up so I can go out there and get me a few cords. So, I understand, I seen that swimming pool you had with the little Avery.
Yes.
You had a memory on there.
Yes.
Yes. Is that the old one or the new one?
That, Avery would be the youngest grandson. Who's now 10. He's 10. He's 10 now.
Okay, so that was the old swimming pool. All right.
Yes. The pool. Yeah,
well,
that's the older pool, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that new pool about the same size as what you got there, what you had?
It's identical. Identical.
Oh, well, you got plenty of room for all us drivers coming in for the Labor Day weekend special.
Uh-huh.
All right, it sounds like a plan. I'll be there in my little banana hammock. Woo-hoo, I look cute in that. We gonna have to shave our back hair to get in there, or how do you want us to prepare ourselves? And are you gonna put in tablets that show who pees in the pool?
Yeah, that's for certain. No cannonballs or belly flops. I don't want all the water out of the pool.
Yeah. Well, you talk about truck drivers and us being large car fellas, I guess about 10 of us would go ahead and knock out about half that water that you got in that pool. So you're going to have tents, or we need to bring our own for getting dressed and undressed. And you're going to have porta potties out there, because I know you're going to have beer and food provided by Golden Eagle and Hot Shot Secrets, right?
Yeah, right. It's going to be, this is going to be big. It's going to be the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah, buddy, that's what I'm looking forward to. Who's going to bring in the good cigars? Well, I'll tell you what, I better let you go. I'm getting in some traffic here, but yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. All right.
Safe travels out there, the right-wing nut. Emphasis added. It is 844-844-3388.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, as I mentioned, 1 week ago, at this point in time, some were beginning to wonder if we had been hit by the big one, as in major cyber attack on a global scale. Computers going down. Turned out to be Microsoft, but it was all initiated by CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm that broke the internet. This past day, releasing a comprehensive post-incident review detailing the cause of the widespread Windows crash. affecting 8.5 million machines. They're outlining what they plan to do to prevent future occurrences. The company is so repentant that they're sending certain users $10 Uber Eats gift cards as an apology. Oh, that'll make up for it. The Verge reports in a detailed review, CrowdStrike shedding some light on what transpired due to the buggy update in the Falcon software. Their software, widely used by businesses around the world for malware protection and security breach management, has identified the root cause, proposed a series of measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. It stemmed from a content configuration update released last Friday, which was intended to gather telemetry on possible novel threat techniques. This update, part of CrowdStrike's regular update process, unexpectedly triggered Windows crashes. The update system consists of two types: sensor content, which directly updates the Falcon sensor operating at the kernel level in Windows, and rapid response content, which modifies how the sensor detects malware. The problematic update was a mere 40 kilobyte rapid response content file, and I guess in the big picture that's a very small file. The bug in their content validator system failed to properly validate one of two template instances, which is another term for rapid response content. That allowed problematic content data to pass through the validation process unchecked. The company admitted while they perform extensive automated and manual testing on sensor content and template types, the same level of security was not applied to rapid response content. Ultimately, the cascading effect of this led to the sensor loading the problematic rapid response content onto its content interpreter, triggering an out-of-bounds memory exception. Unable to handle this unexpected exception, the Windows operating system crashed. The dreaded blue screen of death. They have outlined a comprehensive strategy to enhance their testing and deployment procedures in the future. They plan to implement more rigorous testing for rapid response content, including local developer testing, content update and rollback testing, stress testing, fuzzing, fault injection. They will also introduce stability testing and content interface testing specifically for the rapid response content. I know for most of us, this is all Greek. Fuzzing, stress testing, whatever the hell. All right, on the driver's side, they've committed to enhancing the existing error handling capabilities in the content interpreter, which is an integral part of the Falcon sensor. Maybe one of the most significant changes will be the implementation of a staggered deployment system for rapid response content. This will ensure that updates are gradually rolled out to larger portions of the install base rather than pushing updates simultaneously through everybody's system. That approach was recommended by security experts, should provide an additional safeguard against widespread issues caused by potentially problematic updates. Members of the security community expressed shock that the giant company already did not use that particular approach when they released updates. CrowdStrike has responded by offering $10 Uber Eats gift cards to affected customers. In an email, CrowdStrike recognized the additional work the July 19 incident has caused and added that they sent their heartfelt thanks and apologies for the inconvenience. That email ends with the company saying, "To express our gratitude, your next cup of coffee or late night snack is on us." Now, I know for some of the IT guys and gals out there that were scrambling, furiously pulling their hair out, and in some cases for days over the entire weekend, when oftentimes they would have probably been off. I don't know, is that like a kick in the cahutas? You're going to give me $10, a cup of coffee, a cup of Starbucks for all the hell we had to go through last weekend? There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Jolly Green Giant wanted to chime in regards to, Netflix?
Yeah, I want to talk about Netflix just in a second. First of all, that didn't sound like right-wing nut. That sounded like left-wing nut to me, you know. But that's just my opinion. So, you were talking about the choice seating on some of the airlines, Steve. Steve, I'm 6'4", and I'm a pretty big man. I weigh about 275 pounds. It's really difficult for me to get in an airplane. I think next year we're going to go to Myrtle Beach, so this time I'm going to fly down versus drive down. So I agree that I would be willing to pay extra for extra leg room, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely believe that I'd be willing to do that. And I do agree with you on some of the airlines you were talking about where you have to pay for luggage and so on, but carry-ons are free.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I do see that could save you some money. I have flown to Florida on several occasions where it really was not that bad, you know. But, yeah, I called because Miss Jolly Green was on Facebook tonight. I happened to notice that over there in the Effingham when I was changing out trailers, and she noticed that Netflix had contributed millions of dollars to the presidential campaign for the vice president
Kamala
of the United
Harris.
States to become president.
Yes.
Now, according to what she read, there has been a 40% drop on their stock since that's occurred. Now, me and Miss Jolly Green, both, we have Netflix on our TV. So, to be honest with you, Steve, this weekend, I think I'm going to rethink that decision because, you know, to me, I think that they screwed up. According to my wife, she said that the internet stated it was the vice president of Netflix that evidently contributed this money. You know, these big companies like this really need to stay out of politics because that can affect the dollar.
Absolutely. I'm seeing reports that tons of people are I don't know that that's true or not, but pause. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. US President Joe Biden has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, their first meeting in Washington during Biden's presidency. They discussed the ceasefire deal with Hamas, which although proposed weeks ago has not yet been agreed upon, and the release of dozens of hostages still being held by Hamas. It all comes a day after Netanyahu's controversial address to Congress, which saw thousands of protesters on the streets outside of the US Capitol. In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu, though, struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli prime minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, there have been mixed reactions in Israel to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech to the US Congress. Family members of hostages still being held in Gaza are furious with the Premier for failing to announce a deal to free them. Eversen Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is being slammed here in Israel for delaying the departure of an Israeli negotiating team to meet with these key mediators to try and finalize a deal after the Israeli military announced the death of 5 Israeli captives found during an operation in Khan Yunis over the past couple of days. Now, family members of these hostages say that time is running out, fearing that their loved ones will be killed in Gaza if a deal is not reached now. Sarah Coates, Tel Aviv.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. It comes as the acting director of the US Secret Service prepares to testify before 3 Senate committees next week. Ever since Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. The appearance for Ronald Roe Jr. followed heated exchanges between members of the House and Kimberly Cheatle, who was director of the Secret Service until her resignation the day after she testified on Capitol Hill. Mitch McCann, New York.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Let me pick up there where we left off with Jolly Green. Netflix. Yeah, I've seen some of the posts via Facebook and other social media trying to make it sound like there's this mass exodus, millions of people canceling. I'm not seeing any sort of confirmation of that. Their stock price, it was down like $1 something yesterday, but it's like $600 something a share. It was like 0.3%, which is nothing. That's a normal up and down day. The fact of the donation, though, that is true. After becoming the leading candidate for the Democrat nomination, after Joe said he'd step aside, Kamala pulls off some quick, lucrative successes. From becoming a social media hit to raking in a record $81 million in donations during the first 24 hours. She's won the financial backing of a tech industry giant known as Reed Hastings. the man who steered Netflix from their humble beginnings into a $270 billion plus mega company. Let me see. They give the story of how he started Netflix and how he had personally stepped aside to let a couple of others take over as CEO so he could focus on what the next steps for the company would be. And he's kind of comparing himself to Joe Biden stepping aside. Now that Harris swiftly won the support of the majority of Democrat delegates, she's on the path to become the nominee. Hastings has not wasted much time, reporting that his donation of $7 million to Kamala Harris's super PAC was his biggest ever to just a single candidate. Now, it's technically small change for a guy whose net worth, according to Forbes, is about $4.6 billion. So that's the breakdown, $7 million. And again, that is a super PAC, so you can donate as much as you want to these super PACs. So there you go, Jolly Green. Again, I'm not seeing anything about a mass exodus. Now maybe that'll change. I don't know. That's people like you who may not like the idea of a company supporting one side or the other. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay, I heard everything you said, Steve. My wife did mention that it was $7 million.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be honest with you. It is making me think of whether I want to continue on subscribing to their service, knowing that they're supporting liberal politics or the Biden or the continue on with Kamala Harris. I got to be honest with you, it does bother me that they would do that. In my opinion, if I am a big CEO of a company, I definitely would keep it quiet of what politicians I support and which ones I don't, because it can affect your business. And like I said there, I paid $22 for that channel. And I'm beginning to wonder if there's anybody out there in cartoon land knows of anything out there that I could get for that $22 that's comparable to Netflix. Please let me know. One thing I do like about Netflix is it's commercial free. And number two, I noticed that they're getting first-run movies on their channel, I'd say within 6 months after they come out of the theater.
Mm-hmm.
So I happened to notice that the new Ghostbuster movies was on their channel just here in the last week or so, and that was in the theater here about 6 months ago. So that's one thing I like about Netflix, but I'm also a member of Amazon Prime and also Paramount. So I also have Hulu. So if there's any suggestions out there, let me know, because that really, truly does bother me that they are investing into what the majority of the Americans may not want. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. We're going to find out what the majority of Americans think here shortly. So I do appreciate you correcting me on that particular point. But it's actually on Facebook that their stock has went down 40%. So it doesn't surprise me if the information is wrong, because that's Facebook.
Right.
But yet Facebook, and here, get this, Steve. I got a friend who I used to be in a Bible group good many years ago, and every time I turn around, they'll go on and they will send her, put her in Facebook prison, and they will ban her for a week or two over something she posts concerning religion. Now, so they spend much time with that friend of mine instead of doing something about this false information. All right, I'm just curious. It just doesn't make any sense. People that are actually telling the truth get banned, and the people that are actually lying do not. So I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not a big fan of social media, to be honest with you.
Sure.
You know, but I also wanted to let you know Sexmaniac has a load of Jell-O he's trying to deliver to your house, but he can't figure out where it's at in Coleraine Township. He's trying to find that secret bunker of yours to deliver that Jell-O. There's going to be some Jell-O wrestling going on there on that Labor Day weekend. So we'll get that delivered somehow. I'm sure that Gilligan will get involved there, and we'll figure out where to deliver that there in Coleraine Township. Come on. So either way, have a good night. And Jolly Green is, unfortunately, I am listening. Left Wing Nut. I am listening. Come on, have a good night.
Very good. All right, it's 19 before the hour. So it's a Friday morning. We typically don't get a chance to hear from Philip. It's kind of an off day. I know he's working his other job today. Gets a later start, I think. But looking at the tropics, he likes to focus on things have been quiet, very quiet since Beryl. Only our second named storm of the season. And we're almost into August. But things typically really do, historically, begin to ramp up. August into September. September typically the peak of the Atlantic season. Latest from AccuWeather, an area of low pressure pushing off the coast of Africa into the eastern tropical Atlantic. If it survives the swath of dry air and dust in its path, there is the potential for development and the likelihood of a surge of tropical activity in August. Ripples of low pressure in the atmosphere continuously move from the Indian Ocean across Africa into the tropical Atlantic and Pacific basins through late spring, summer, and early fall. The vast majority of those tropical waves, as they're called, do not develop. Once in a while, they gather enough moisture and begin to spin. Yeah, we're approaching the point of the season, August, where we tend to see more of these systems taking hold and organizing into depressions, storms, and hurricanes under the right conditions. As August moves in, dry air, dust, and disruptive breezes, a.k.a. wind shear, tend to begin diminishing, while at the same time the oceans are approaching their maximum warmth. Dry air, dust, and wind shear will all be factors against short to medium-range tropical development of a robust tropical wave that pushed off the coast of Africa early yesterday morning. But if that system is able to survive the hostile conditions as it continues on to the west, it may encounter more favorable conditions for development near the Caribbean about the start of August. As we know, since Beryl churned through the area several weeks ago, the water has had plenty of time to recover to its unusual warmth. And throughout much of this system's path, the warm water will be favorable for development. All right, current steering breezes would guide the system near the northern islands of the Caribbean from the leewards to some of the greater Antilles in early August. A close encounter with a formidable tropical system could lead to dangers from flooding rain, storm surge, and high winds. At the very least, this system in a weaker form, as maybe a tropical wave, would bring an uptick in showers and gusty thunderstorms. As forecasters continue to predict a more active Atlantic hurricane season this year, we'll see if things really begin to kick in. At the same time, the models, as Philip mentioned here a few nights ago, the dust, that Saharan dust, literally traversing from Africa all the way over into the southeastern USA. There's a lot of dust out there that hampers the growth of these tropical systems. All right, get back to the calls here and see what's going on see if we can get somebody on board here. Who we got? It'd be the same individual that didn't get me earlier. Hey, maybe a third time's a charm. I don't know what to tell you. They disappear. Is it Scarecrow?
It would be. Yes, it would be. Steve, there's disappointment on my end. if you recall, earlier in the week, that right-wing nut, he had a terrible, terrible throat issue going there. Well, not very good at following doctor's orders there. I sent him the recipe for cure for that issue. And, oh, by the way, you probably didn't know that I was a doctor, too, now. Well, Steve, I took it upon myself. If I'm going to be dispensing medical, issues and prescriptions and needs, I figure I better do it legitimately. So, following up on Dr. Jill's route, I contacted GMA and BS Enterprises, Steve. Steve, they have diplomas available, believe it or not.
Really?
Medical diplomas.
Medical, wow.
Oh, yes. And now they're unsigned. One has to obtain a signature of his own choice. My particular one is a Dr. S. Summers. Now, I don't know the legitimacy of that, but it sounds pretty convincing to me. So either way, yes, and I've heard there's cases of these diplomas available that, as you know, to normal $19.95 pricing, that'd be a bargain at twice the price,
Yeah.
So either way, getting back to that wing nut there. Now, if you recall, he thought, well, maybe some adult beverages would really clear that throat up. Well, Steve, the mind is a powerful machine, and given that there really wasn't time to be shipping out any of the nectar of the gods, Steve, I sent him a couple pictures of some long-necked bottles of Blatz. And I told him to just dwell on those and think about that nectar sliding down his throat. And now whether he followed up on that or not, but given his recent call here a few minutes back, I don't think he followed doctor's orders there. So I stand disappointed, to say the least. Now, maybe he can report back as the guilt that should be hanging over his head right now. Over
right.
That. Oh, we continue with the casualness here, Steve. I'm really feeling down, Steve. You recall, remember when Jimmy Swaggart stood there in front of the cameras and the tears were flowing down his cheeks and he's begging forgiveness for having shared the American dollar with a prostitute? Well, much the same manner, Steve. I'm feeling really bad now. Not that I've been sinning or anything. No, nothing like that in this case. Steve, a 3 weeks back, I didn't promise, but I hinted around I was going to help you with securing the keys to Tony Stewart's log cabin there.
I do recall.
Yes, and I've been dragging my feet on that. The lottery winnings just have not been coming my way. Now, I imagine you did get a deposit on your end, I assume. I figured a couple millions would certainly, of earnest money, would go a long ways to showing your interest. Mm-hmm. Now, did you happen to cut that check?
Yes, I did. Check, no problem.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got to thinking, you're probably having second thoughts on it now that Babe Ruth jersey's out there. You'd think that would look pretty good hanging on the secret bunker wall there.
Yeah,
so
right.
I don't know if you can get your full $2 million back or not, but so as I say, I'm really feeling bad about leaving you astray there. So anyway, we'll get down to a serious note here yet, Steve, but bear with me. Now last night, we learned that the anonymous hippopotamus / second smartest person on Earth there's a new side to him that we truly, at least I was not aware of. Now, this goes back, Steve, to back when Casual Friday started. And think about this, Steve. He's been so interested in the dress and attire, or lack thereof, of your listeners on Fridays. He's always bringing up and asking about the attire. Well, what did he bring up the other night, Steve? He brought up, he was wondering about swinging in Wisconsin.
Yes, he did ask about that.
Exact words he was bringing up. Well, now I'm thinking there might be some legitimacy there. Now we know that he's got this fetish for these long rubber coats, trench coats, and all. I'm not even going to suggest that. I want to know what's underneath these trench coats that he wears on weekends, and what these parades may, these exhibitions or whatever he does on the weekends. But either way, yeah, there's kind of a two-faced there that I'm not really certain we want to know more about it, but I'm just bringing this to light. So now there is a serious side to Casual Friday here. It was a couple 3 days back. The wonderment was just what is being held over Biden's head that he changed his tune all of a sudden. What was Pelosi dangling or otherwise threatening with? And was it possibly the 25th Amendment?
That is exactly what I heard. I've seen reports that's what he was threatened with, the 25th. That's that. Yep.
We know darn well that in their world, all's fair is in love, war, and politics, and they won't stop at anything. So, yeah, that came up in conversation a couple times now, and I did not see his full "I'm taking one for the for the team," speech from the other night. But the conversation on the news last night had to do with his eyes blinking. He's not blinking his eyes enough. That there's some health issue. I forget what that would be associated with. Well, Steve, he's concentrating on that teleprompter so intently that's the reason he wasn't blinking during that speech that he was making there. Of course, we do know there's plenty of health issues there, but no, he's glued to the teleprompter. You can see that. So, other than that, Bud, there's got to be more, but we better give it a break and make room for someone else. So
Casual Friday, yes, indeed.
Unless that loneliest hour gets desperate, we'll have a good weekend and we'll do it again.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from you there. I did read several reports about they were kind of dangling the 25th to convince him. If you don't do it your way, you're going to do it our way. All right, other industry headlines as we roll toward news break, top of the hour. The Truckload Carriers Association welcoming their first Mexican carrier member this past week, announcing this past Monday that the Olympic Transport was accepted as a member, marking a significant milestone for the company. According to the press release, Olympic Transport, founded in 1990, was set in motion by Fernando Paez's first Freightliner purchase in San Antonio, Texas. Since then, the company's expanded with headquarters in Monterrey, Mexico, terminals in Nuevo Laredo, and several others, as well as Laredo and San Antonio. According to the TCA family, we're thrilled to welcome Olympic Transport. Their inclusion not only marks a significant milestone in our association's history, but strengthens our position as a dynamic North American trade association. Jim Ward is president of the TCA. With Olympic Transport, we enhance our advocacy and representation of carriers across all of North America, ensuring a more connected, efficient, cross-border trucking landscape. Joining the TCA is a proud moment for all of us at Olympic Transport. According to the Olympic Transport CEO, Fernando Paez. Several stories from south of the border. Right on the heels of that came an announcement as well on Monday of a major LTL company announcing the launch of an expanded Mexico cross-border service. XPO, the Greenwich, Connecticut headquartered XPO, announced the launch of XPO Mexico Plus service, adding more capacity, coverage, and technology to their long-standing cross-border routes. They say in response to growing consumer demand as supply chains shift from overseas to North American production. XPO recently acquired 28 service centers previously owned and operated by Yellow, said that they plan to use these new locations to expand their cross-border services to both Canada and Mexico. Features of XPO Mexico Plus, they tell us, include expansion to 7 border crossing points to further accelerate delivery times, secure certified service with broader coverage to 99% of postal codes in Mexico, a significant increase in capacity available for cross-border services, real-time online tracking of freight from pickup to delivery, a dedicated bilingual XPO Mexico Plus concierge desk for best-in-class customer support, and instant online access to shipping quotes. All right, for more than 40 years, our North American network has set the standard for LTL freight transportation between the U.S. and Mexico. So, a lot of Mexico trucking in the news. Final hour coming up here. What's on your mind? Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Paris is poised for what's been dubbed as the biggest open-air show in the world, with the opening of the Olympic Games on Friday evening. The city centre and Paris's airspace will be shut down, with tens of thousands of police and army soldiers mobilised amid heightened security. The show has taken 2 years to rehearse in secret. As part of the ceremony, 8,000 of the world's top athletes will be taken by boat along the River Seine, with more than 300,000 people watching from the riverbanks. More than 1 billion people are expected to watch live on television and social media. Typhoon Gaemi has made landfall in southeastern China after barreling across the Taiwan Strait, prompting warnings of swelling rivers, flash floods and waterlogging in cities and provinces that were hit by torrential rain just several weeks ago. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Typhoon Gaemi made landfall in the coastal city of Putian in the southeastern province of Fujian around 12 GMT. According to state media, it's already bringing with it heavy rain, and it's moving towards the Jiangxi province. It's been downgraded, but the big problem for authorities at the moment is that while it might be weakening as it moves northward, it is bringing with it heavy rain.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu also held talks with President Joe Biden on Thursday, where they discussed ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal. He's expected to meet with former President Donald Trump on Friday, who's vying to return to the White House in November. Sally Patterson has more.
It's time to get a ceasefire deal done. That was Kamala Harris's key message, speaking after her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Vice President spoke of her serious concern about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the devastating images coming out of the war zone. But she called on Americans to recognise the complexity and nuance of history in the region. Also on Thursday, Netanyahu thanked President Joe Biden for his 50 years of support for Israel as a, quote, proud Irish-American Zionist. His visit brought thousands of protesters to the streets, demanding an end to the war.
In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The United Nations Secretary-General has issued an urgent call to action to better protect billions around the world exposed to the crippling effects of extreme heat. Global temperatures have been rising unabated, with Sunday, Monday and Tuesday this week having been the hottest days recorded. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Sounding the alarm bells yet again, Antonio Guterres says the crippling heat is everywhere and it's costing lives. He says those most at risk are the urban poor, pregnant women, children and the homeless, who often live in substandard housing without access to cooling. On Thursday, Antonio Guterres launched what he calls the Secretary-General's call to action on extreme heat. Its aim, an urgent and concerted effort to enhance international cooperation to address the extreme temperatures.
I'm not frustrated. I'm determined to turn things around.
The Secretary-General has once again urged world leaders to phase out fossil fuels fast and to stop what he calls the human-induced climate change. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The US Congress is set to establish a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a Pennsylvania rally. Mitch McCann reports.
416 members of the US House voted in favour to establish a task force to investigate the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13. It is set to look at federal, state and local law enforcement actions in the lead-up to the shooting. The group of 7 Republicans and 6 Democrats will be tasked with issuing a final report to the House, and they have been asked to include any proposals for law changes to prevent, quote, future security lapses. Meanwhile, the acting director of the US Secret Service will testify in front of 3 Senate committees in the coming week about the attempted assassination. Mitch McCann, New York.
And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, we'll kick off our final hour here on a Friday morning. Winding down another work week. Getting ready for the weekend, and what would be considered breaking news at this hour? Not the way they were hoping the Olympic Games would get underway. Breaking from the New York Times at this hour, they tell us service on 3 high-speed train lines in France disrupted because of arson, according to the National Railway Company, causing travel chaos on the day of the opening ceremony of the Olympics. A massive attack took place last night to paralyze the high-speed rail network. According to the SNCF statement, deliberate fires were set on the Atlantic, Northern, and Eastern lines to damage our installations. The company said traffic was severely disrupted on those lines. Many trains canceled. They advised travelers to postpone their trips if possible. France's transportation minister said in a statement that coordinated malicious acts had targeted several of the country's high-speed rail lines. This was expected to disrupt travel and travel plans on into the weekend, he says. The SNCF said there was a, quote, malicious attack around Arras, a town about 100 miles north of Paris, on the high-speed line between the capital and Lille. Another such attack taking place in Courtelaine, about 90 miles southwest of Paris, on the lines connecting Tours and Le Mans to Paris. The company said that a malicious act was thwarted on the line that connects Paris to southeastern France. Firefighters were responding to the 2 episodes, which happened about 5:15 a.m. Friday morning there, warned that the cancellation and delays of 30 to 90 minutes, the mood already tense, where security has been tightening for weeks ahead of tonight's opening ceremony. Tens of thousands of police officers, joined by counterterrorism units and military, deployed across the city to guard the Olympic venues, tourist sites, train stations, and street corners. Weeks ago, authorities cordoned off a section of the Seine, the river, on both banks to protect the thousands of athletes who will take part in the opening ceremony, the huge flotilla of boats and the hundreds of thousands of fans anticipated to be coming to see them. In times like these, if you were in France and you know that this and what's occurring, that's what terrorism is all about. The anticipation is to strike terror into people, make them change their plans, hide in fear. We'll just see how the rest of the day unfolds, and obviously that being a coordinated effort, 3 separate locations at the same time. Yeah, that's not all they've got up their sleeve, I would say. Okay, so again, breaking this Friday morning. On to Truck and Phil checks in. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Well, yesterday morning at this time, they were searching for a semi-truck headed north on 69 at the last Fort Wayne exit. Evidently, there was a hit-and-run incident. They think a semi-truck hit and killed another semi-driver that was broke down on the side of the oven and just kept on going. Haven't heard any updates. Driver could be in Canada, he says. They don't know yet. Looking at a high of 80 in Fort Wayne, 81 for Sterling Heights, Michigan, as we do it again another day. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. And he did send me a couple of links there to that story he was mentioning out of Fort Wayne. Police seeking information following a Thursday morning hit and run that left one truck driver dead. What do we have here? Allen County Sheriff's Department responded to a call on 69 North near the mile marker 319 about 2:38 a.m. This was Thursday morning. The report of a disabled semi on the side of the road with a body lying in the roadway. Police identified the body as the driver of the semi. Medics pronounced him dead at the scene. Police say they found vehicle parts from another semi, believed to obviously be involved in the incident at the scene. They're searching for a red or maroon Volvo semi-tractor with damage to the front passenger side and a missing mirror. Anyone with info asked to call the Allen County Sheriff's Department through their dispatch. Okay, so thanks for the info there. Steve in Columbus checking in. Glad it's Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. Everybody enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. Okay, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Get the phones reconnected here. With each passing day following the July 13 incident, President Trump's rally, the attempted assassination, the scrutiny on the Secret Service, with each passing day, more information coming forward that, again, makes you really question the Secret Service. Was this an inside, a plan to allow this guy to actually nearly pull off the assassination? Word this past day said local law enforcement repeatedly offered to provide drone coverage in the sky above former President Trump's rally that day, but was rebuffed by the U.S. Secret Service, according to Josh Hawley, another Secret Service whistleblower. And I quote, according to one whistleblower, the night before the rally, U.S. Secret Service repeatedly denied officers from a local law enforcement partner to utilize drone technology to secure the rally. Now, this was in a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. This means the technology was both available to the Secret Service and able to be deployed to secure the site. Secret Service said no. FBI Director Christopher Wray, whose agency's taken a lead role in the investigation, confirmed during a congressional hearing this week that the would-be assassin, the 20-year-old, actually flew a drone of his own overhead before Trump took the stage. Hawley says this raises an obvious question. Why was the Secret Service not using their own drones? The U.S. Secret Service did not ask for local partners to fly their drones until after the shooting was over and a counter-sniper took down the gunman. The whistleblower further alleges after the shooting took place, Secret Service changed course and asked the local partner to deploy the drone technology to surveil the site in the aftermath of the attack. Senator Hawley asking Mayorkas to hand over all DHS communications regarding drone coverage for the rally as part of the congressional investigation into the security failure that allowed an armed man within 150 yards of the former president. It's hard to understand, he says, why the Secret Service would decline to use drones when they were offered, particularly given the fact the U.S. Secret Service permitted the shooter to overfly the rally area with his own drone mere hours before the event. The failure to deploy drone technology is all the more concerning, according to the whistleblower. The drones that the Secret Service was offered had the capability not only to identify active shooters, but also the capabilities to help neutralize them. Why? Well, again, with each passing day, more and more questions coming to light about the failures on that day. All right, we get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. And Eagle, I think, wanted to chime in a bit about, you forgot to mention Joe Biden. Is that what it was earlier? Hello, Eagle. Eagle. Oh, I recognize that sound. That's the sound of, he dozed off. All right, so let me see who we moved down the line. I think it may be Vic. I'm not sure. Who we got on the line?
Yeah, this is Vic here. Yeah, real quick on those investigations, Steve. I really don't understand with all the stuff that they had. Remember that, what they call it, that mega data collection, built that big place out there in Colorado, national security agents that listen to all phones and everything else. And my big question was, why are they spending so much time on that particularly, everything that happened on that one day that Trump was almost assassinated? And why aren't they looking at the phone calls, and supposedly the kid was recruited over the, what do you want to say, over the internet, playing some type of games or something, and the Iranian involvement? I want to know, why did NSA, why did they not know that that was going on? I thought that was their job, you know. So, that's my big interest. And I do have to compliment I think it was the FBI director that when they were questioning him. But the Democrats on that investigation, they tried to say that the guns, the AR-15 and everything else, one woman said, well, your job would have been easier if there weren't so many guns, and she was looking for basically a political campaign clip that she could play. It said, well, the director of the Secret Service and the FBI director, they both said that there should be more gun control in the United States, was basically what she was angling for. And both of them said, well, we have to respect people's Second Amendment rights. He didn't say yay, nay, or neither one of them said yay, nay, or anything else. So I do have to give them kudos for that they didn't fall into that trap. The other stuff, it does kind of make you wonder how that all came about. But really what I called up about was, Biden and Harris, they were out there talking about different things as regards crime. But way back when, remember Joe Biden passed the Teflon crime bill. Other people had basically made building prisons, for-profit prisons, industry there. I think it was back in the late 90s. One of them was correctional, something or another. I know the Bush family had a lot of money in it, and states, and they were contracting for these for-profit prisons. And the way they worked was the government had to pay for a cell, whether it was full or not. So a lot of these states and local prosecutors, they were looking to put people into the cells. And whenever Trump was talking about all this lawfare and everything else, there was a lot of, I guess we'd call it malfeasance in the justice industry back at that time. So whenever Biden and Harris are getting up there talking about different things, it was the Biden crime bill that facilitated all that. And I know that a lot of people that are voting now weren't even born back then, so they haven't a clue all that went on. And last night, whenever I think it was Eagle, it was actually mentioned that about whenever Harris was the Attorney General in California, that a lot of that was going on. And also they would use the prisoners to, some sort. I think they actually were contracting them out to private industry. I know at one time they were even having those prisoners make phone calls from prison, before you get all these annoying spam calls. All that happened, and all that needs to be brought out, because there are too many people voting today that don't even realize that went on. And so there is something there that needs to be brought out and said. And on two totally different subjects, realize that we had the anniversary of the moon landing on the 20th there, that we just went through. And I don't know when they planned them, but supposedly we have mirrors on the phone on the moon that can measure how far away the moon is from the Earth, and that gets into planetary mechanics. But the farther away the moon is from the Earth, the slower the Earth rotates, and the closer, the faster it rotates. And I didn't know if Philip he follows all that really closely, and I didn't know if he really had any knowledge about that, but I just wanted to mention that. And the other thing is, back to the current thing, today, I seen on one of the, I think it was the Bloomberg channel, one of the financial channels, China is helping Africa develop their national gas resources. And oddly enough, the Houthis aren't bothering the Russians when they navigate over there in the Red Sea and use the Suez Canal. So I guess the Russians and the Chinese, they don't have to go around the tip of Africa now. So that gives them quite a competitive advantage on shipping.
Wow. That's interesting. Hey, Vic, thank you. Good to hear from you on a Friday morning. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Other industry headlines. How are things looking? Have we seen the bottom of the freight cycle? When are rates coming back? Despite J.B. Hunt reporting an abysmal second quarter, in their latest earnings report, some freight analysts predict the culmination of the freight recession by the end of the year. JB, I guess it was about a week ago, revealed some significant losses during the second quarter of the year. The mega carrier, the first among the largest trucking companies to release their second quarter earnings here, which is widely seen as an indicator for the state of the overall freight market. Company reported overall operating income decreased by 24% in the second quarter. Drilling down to the intermodal segment, operating income went down by 31%. Their intermodal segment represents nearly half of their total revenue and operating income. Increases in driver wages and benefits, insurance, and maintenance contributed to the decline as well. According to the news release, while experiencing some seasonal build in demand through the quarter, overall performance continued to be pressured by the soft freight market and its impact on over-the-road truck competition in the Eastern network. They break down a lot of numbers, but under the heading End in Sight, a sluggish first half of the year was mostly expected. Some analysts are seeing signs this freight recession may lift as soon as the end of the year. In their most recent monthly economic report, fleet management company Motive predicted a more positive second half and perhaps the beginning of the end to the freight recession that began 2 years ago now. We expect trucking rates to increase in the second half of the year, possibly forcing retailers to move away from a low inventory strategy. Predictably, low rates have led retailers to do last-minute stocking, knowing the spot rates are going to be low. Possible higher trucking rates further down the road may incentivize these retailers to stock up now, while shipping rates are relatively cheap. Higher trucking rates may be on the horizon as capacity shows some signs finally of stabilizing. Growth in carriers is starting to resemble the more sustainable growth that the freight market was experiencing before the pandemic. Now, according to Motive, the percentage of new carriers in June was 2.1%, similar to June of 2019. In the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, new registrants represented as much as a 4.5% of total carriers. The freight recession is on its way out, they say. And the trucking market will steadily move in a positive direction in the second half of the year. Hooray! Nearly 2,000 carriers exited the freight market in the month of June, a 60% increase from the previous month. However, that was nearly 60% fewer exits than in December of 23. There were half as many carriers leaving the industry in the second quarter compared to the first quarter. They also had some jobs numbers there, but lastly, they said we're encouraged by the relative year-over-year growth and volatility this summer peak season, but still feel the indicators point to a full rate recovery in 2025 at the earliest. Todd Spencer. As such, we think stability in employment levels is a best-case scenario in the short term. And it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Paris is poised for what's been dubbed as the biggest open-air show in the world, with the opening of the Olympic Games on Friday evening. The city centre and Paris's airspace will be shut down, with tens of thousands of police and army soldiers mobilised amid heightened security. The show has taken 2 years to rehearse in secret. As part of the ceremony, 8,000 of the world's top athletes will be taken by boat along the River Seine, with more than 300,000 people watching from the riverbanks. More than 1 billion people are expected to watch live on television and social media. Typhoon Gaemi has made landfall in southeastern China after barreling across the Taiwan Strait, prompting warnings of swelling rivers, flash floods and waterlogging in cities and provinces that were hit by torrential rain just several weeks ago. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Typhoon Gemi made landfall in the coastal city of Putian in the southeastern province of Fujian around 12 GMT. According to state media, it's already bringing with it heavy rain, and it's moving towards the Jiangxi province. It's been downgraded, but the big problem for authorities at the moment is that while it might be weakening as it moves northward, it is bringing with it heavy rain.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says the world cannot become numb to suffering in Gaza, speaking after meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu also held talks with President Joe Biden on Thursday, where they discussed ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal. He's expected to meet with former President Donald Trump on Friday, who's vying to return to the White House in November. Sally Patterson has more.
It's time to get a ceasefire deal done. That was Kamala Harris's key message, speaking after her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The vice president spoke of her serious concern about the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the devastating images coming out of the war zone. But she called on Americans to recognise the complexity and nuance of history in the region. Also on Thursday, Netanyahu thanked President Joe Biden for his 50 years of support for Israel as a, quote, proud Irish-American Zionist. His visit brought thousands of protesters to the streets, demanding an end to the war.
In their Oval Office meeting, Netanyahu struck a personal note and reflected on his relationship with President Biden.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we were talking hurricane season. Artificial intelligence comes into play. Really? This season, they tell us, it's a crucial test with how artificial intelligence handles hurricane forecasting. The introduction of AI models is causing a groundbreaking shift in weather forecasting. This scenario is not just another weather event. As a powerful hurricane approaches less than a full week from landfall, it is a pivotal test for the artificial intelligence-based weather models compared to our traditional physics-based models. The test will be crucial for validating the accuracy of AI models and enhancing our preparedness and response strategies in the face of natural disasters. Traditional weather forecasting, as we know, relies heavily on physics-based numerical models that use vast amounts of data, complex equations to simulate atmospheric processes. These models have significantly improved over the decades. We have relatively accurate short-term forecast. Anything more than about 3 days out with tropical systems, that's a shot in the dark. The emergence of AI models marks a new era, particularly those that rely heavily on machine learning, are trained on extensive historical weather data to identify patterns and make predictions about explicitly following the laws of physics. The AI weather models offer several distinct advantages, instilling a sense of confidence in their efficiency. First, they can process and analyze data much faster than our traditional models, delivering forecasts in minutes rather than hours. That speed is critical during rapidly evolving weather events like hurricanes. Secondly, they can run on less computational power, making them more accessible and efficient. For example, Google's GraphCast and Hawaii's Pang weather models have shown promising results, providing accurate medium range forecast with fewer resources. All right, so it's new systems that I guess this is a crucial year to test whether these models, will they match up to the traditional physics-based models and actually be accurate, or possibly even more so, or will they maybe fail abysmally? So you can't take that AI stuff with a grain of salt. The much-anticipated Charlie Farquharson.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, as many of you know, throughout the country it is fair season. Well, unfortunately, we had a mishap at the Cornfield County Fair. Yeah, we was in the middle of the Hong Kong contest, and incidentally, Becky Smith won for the third year in a row. Boy, does that girl got some lungs. Man, I tell you what, she needs one of them Steve Summers overnight T-shirts. The way that's packed, I believe, yeah, you will be impressed, trust me. And the headlights seem to always be on. Well, she was in the middle of her hog calling, and all of a sudden there were stampedes from the hog pen. Well, you know, fortunately nobody was hurt, but man, we had a mess. Well, and now a word from the sponsor and his major announcement. As you know, GMA B&S Enterprises are sponsoring the Labor Day weekend bash at the Summers Ranch. Well, the announcement for tonight is they will be holding a, ready for this, a swimsuit competition for both the men and the women. So come one, come all, and participate. Yes, that's right. They will donning their swimming garb. And yes, GMA B&S Enterprises will be providing prizes for first through third place and always in the latest in electronics. So everybody has to come. You're going to love this. Yes, that's right. We're going to have also Jello wrestling at the compound. Yes, that's right. The Sex Maniac has now got the directions. We hope we don't get lost. But you know how kind of like Jolly Green. Yeah, we beamed up Jolly Green earlier, and oh, boy. Yeah, there's no intelligent life in that head. All right, well, that's all I have for tonight, Steve. I hope everybody has a safe weekend.
Safe travels out there, Charlie. The unofficial. All right, 844-844-3388. We've been hearing in the news breaks that Kamala Harris, they produced articles of impeachment earlier this week, and I've shared several times that's not going anywhere. Whether it'll make a difference or not, the House did indeed pass a resolution that was introduced by Representative Elise Stefanik of New York that condemns Vice President Harris, her failure as what they referred to as a border czar. All Republicans and even 6 Democrats this past day, 214 House Republicans, 6 House Democrats voting to condemn her failure in the role given to her by President Biden in March of 21, when he asked her at the time to help stem the migration to our southern border. 196 House Democrats voted against, but the House of Representatives strongly condemns the Biden administration and its border czar, Kamala Harris's failure to secure the United States border, reads the resolution. Who were the Democrats that voted yay? Representative Yadira Caraveo of Colorado, Henry Culler of Texas, Don Davis, North Carolina, Jared Golden of Maine, Mary Stetler Patola of Arkansas, and Mary Perez of Washington. According to the statement, Vice President Harris is not just a failed border czar, she is an extremist on border security and immigration enforcement, as her record as senator, presidential candidate, vice president makes abundantly clear, according to Homeland Security Chair Mark Green. Going back, if you do not recall, March of 2021, which the left-leaning media is now trying to say, she was never appointed border czar. No, the Republicans made that up. March of 21, President Biden told the country Vice President Harris was, quote, the most qualified person to lead our efforts in stemming the flood of illegal aliens across our southern border. Now, with that statement, no rational person could look at the years since and conclude anything except that she was utterly unqualified and she has completely failed. As the Democrats and their allies in the media now rushing to excuse her catastrophic failure, Congress has shown with this resolution, we want the American people to know the truth. And then lastly, as I mentioned, Andy Ogles introduced the articles of impeachment along those same lines, her willful refusal to uphold the immigration laws. All right, it's 844-844-3388. All right, yes, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Nah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So how about we just try to impeach her on the fact that every time she gets in front of a microphone, she tries to treat everybody she's talking to like they're a 3-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that?
Absolutely, yeah.
And just to make sure you realize it, did you know that AI is 2 words?
Yes.
Did you know that? Yeah. You can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. Just cannot make this stuff up. So speaking of not making stuff up, is what I'm hearing in the news, what I'm hearing in the news, this typhoon over there that was in the Philippines and has now made landfall in China, that the Chinese people apparently are lugging the floodwaters away? Because they're being flooded out, they're lugging the water away? Is this what's going on?
Is that what they're reporting?
According to your news service there, the Chinese people are lugging the water. are they using like 5-gallon pails? And, you know, I know like the people in India there, they can balance a 5-gallon pail of water on their head. Do the Chinese people do that so they can carry like 3 pails at a time? You can carry one in each hand and one on your head? Or is there any information of how they're lugging the water?
I have no idea what they're referring to.
Yeah, I'm just anyways, but I heard that. So I was in the process of trying to get scaled in to get my 4 o'clock load and everything situated here, and I heard something about people wearing raincoats, rubber overcoats. Was I being involved in something here that I should be knowing about?
Well, I mean, you made the reference to swingers in Wisconsin, and I mean, something along the lines that you have this keen interest in rubber overcoats and whatnot. So
yeah, well, it's not to let you know, but Charlie might be surprised there if we show up there to your thing there, because my swimsuit and my pajamas are the same attire. Leave it at that. Anyways, what else can we do on Casual Friday since we've gone down the road that far that way? I don't know. We probably can't do anything else, Your Honor. We'll have to leave it for somebody else. You can still see the moon, but there's a bit of a breeze in Baltimore. I don't know where the breeze came from, but it's still cleared up and nice trailer trucking. And yeah, I'll definitely stick with my trailer trucking that ain't got no automatic brake system on it there, pulling my tank down the road. And the only thing more dangerous than a loaded gasoline tanker is an empty one, because an empty one will take right off and come around faster than anything else in the world. But that's beside the point. Anyways, so with that, I guess we'll say everybody have a good weekend. And if you happen to be up in the Lancaster, Pennsylvania area, there'll be a big John Deere tractor show going on there, rough and tumble. So we'll be there at that on Saturday. It's only Friday and Saturday, so don't go on Sunday, because it's kind of the Amish community area, so they don't celebrate things on Sundays.
That's right.
They don't do events. They do something else on Sunday up there, but we won't go into that either. But anyways, all right, Your Honor, you have a good rest of the show here. Do some due diligence for a couple minutes, and have a good weekend.
You do the same. Thanks for chiming in. Is vacation time over? I do believe. We'll get the full report from the Knuckle Buster coming up.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All righty, back on a Friday, TGIF. It's been a while. I naturally must assume vacation's over. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I hope I don't sound that bad on the radio the way that imposter was doing there. That boy was something else, man. I'm tell you. Yeah, it was a good vacation. I was hanging out down there in Brother Rambler's area. Down there in Orange Beach, Alabama. So, no, I did not go to church with him, but I was sitting at the table. We were eating dinner at this restaurant, and Tennessee stood up and hugged this guy's neck. But he had both of his hands on my shoulder, pushing me down in the chair so I couldn't stand up, Steve. What do you think about all that?
How about that? So did you get to go to the casino down there on the beach?
No, we didn't go to the casino. We had kids with us. So, but it was my preacher. Yeah, it was my preacher. One back home, he was down there on vacation with us. He had 13 people in his party, and I had 11 in mine. So we could have just taken over the whole town down there, couldn't we?
Right.
Yep. Well, I don't know about all that Trump stuff. I mean, all that stuff's a bunch of garbage. I know that he got shot. That's a fact. Everybody saw it on TV, so they can't deny that. And I personally believe that our government set that boy up to do it. That's just my opinion, so therefore it makes it the right one. You know, that just ain't right, you know. If you can't beat the man head on, then don't try to kill him. I got news for Eagle. You can burn the flag. That's free speech.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You buy your own flag, go burn it, but you can't come on my property and burn mine.
That's correct.
You can't come on public property and burn that flag because that is destruction of public property, and that's a no-no. That'll get you jail time there, but I don't know. And I don't think it's right for them to be able to do it, but, you know, if it's their flag, let them burn it. I don't care. Anyway, man, it's almost quitting time. I've been off vacation since Monday morning, so I've already been to Dallas and back twice this week. But I had to confess that I couldn't stay awake all night. I was too used to sleeping all night.
Okay, you've been slacking on me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just the way it is there. Well, anyway, it's 4:54 your time, 3:54 my time. I'm gonna shut my big mouth up. Let you wind this week up there. Have a great weekend. I've hollowed in 2 loads of Skullbusters, so Memphis is gonna have a party this weekend, I guess. So
there you go.
All right, have a great weekend, Mr.
Welcome
Steve.
back, Knucklebuster. All right, there you go. Getting back on track. You know, one final footnote, lot of talk about Secret Service. You know how the Secret Service has evolved over the years? If you go back in time during Abraham Lincoln's presidency, anybody could come to the White House and see him. Yeah, come they did. Mothers looking to have their sons released from military service. Wives urging their husbands be freed from prison after resisting the draft. Others who just wanted to meet the president. Some only wanted some comfort in a terrible time, and he gave that freely. In the book Lincoln's White House, the People's House in Wartime. My, how the world has changed since the 1860s, and so has protection for presidents. Those protective details have grown in size, responsibility, technology. More than a century of the Secret Service protecting presidents. When presidents leave the White House, they are accompanied by a number of Secret Service agents and officers. Cars can no longer drive past what's often dubbed the People's House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The fence has been raised. Don't even try to get past the gate without an appointment or a badge. The number of people under guard has also grown. Vice presidents, former presidents, candidates, family members, even more get protection. During the Civil War, Lincoln was hesitant to make the White House look like an armed camp. But in late 1864, several police officers were assigned to guard him. The White House Historical Association says President Franklin Pierce was the first to actually have a full-time bodyguard way back in 1853. Obviously, over the years, protective details have grown. They've evolved. In response to assassinations, close calls, or other major security events, former agents say the agency is studying the attempt on former President Trump's life in Pennsylvania and making changes to adjust to that. Yeah, back in 1981, if you recall, the attempted on assassination of Ronald Reagan is often cited as the turning point in how the Secret Service operates. A lot has changed since then. You imagine a time when you just stroll on in, I'd like to see the president. Come on in. All right, closing it out on a Friday morning. It's been a good week. Hope you've enjoyed. See you back at the midnight hour, Sunday night and Monday morning. Hope you can join us. We'll kick off another week. Do it again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but